The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Well, I hope you can, in fact, feel it. It is a Monday. Monday, November 18th, 2024. The waning weeks of 2024. I'm Dave. That's Jason. Kyle is in the other room. Kyle Ledbetter. Don't call him yellow. He's heard that before. Chris Verlaud is fishing this entire week, apparently. Whatever he's doing. Hopefully catching us some crab. Some fish.
Oh, he'll be heard from later.
Oh, will he?
Yeah.
Oh, what's that? Is that a surprise? Oh, okay. And we are here. We are here as it is. Good morning, welcome in, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. What a weekend, all that fun stuff. How are you, Jason?
Well, I'm good.
Yeah.
We had a historic weekend to check out, right?
Yes.
Our little De'Aaron Fox, the little guy that could.
Little guy.
He might make it in this league.
He might.
We had a short-lived appearance by another entity for representing Sacramento.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
We had some fights over the weekend. We had a little bit of everything. How about you?
Just hey, another weekend filled with sports and fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole Royale thing. So now you know. Last Friday when I was saying that I hate knowing things I could not say anything. And we had talked about we've gotten a little sneak preview of Royale. You, me, and Chris a couple weeks back, and we're having a pretty open convo about it. And then, when word came down that Royale was going to be shipped off to Cincinnati. And the funny thing is that I don't even know if they know what they're going to do with Royale. What I wanted to do, the first thing I thought of when on Friday, we knew this was coming, was all I was thinking about was doing like a Monday, like retrospective, playing the Sarah McLachlan.
Yeah.
But then I've seen like literally everybody else in the media has done a remembering Royale. So I was like, all right, that bit's done.
Yeah.
We just didn't have a show between Friday and Monday, so we can't do.
We could have been first. Now we'd be last.
Could have been first. Yeah. Now we'd be last. You've already heard the, whatever. It is true though. The De'Aaron Fox is averaging 54.5 points a game since the debut of Royale.
Okay. We'll take it.
So there's that.
Yeah.
And I honestly, this is going to be kind of fun to watch because I don't know what's going to go on. Like, obviously they're scrapping it, but the thing about things like this is that they have their own half-life. So they're scrapping it, but now you've got the gold jersey brigade. It's a corner of our fan base that is just, they're just that way.
That I can never tell if they're trolling or being serious.
I think it's a little of both.
Yeah.
And you're going to get Royale truthers now. That's going to be a thing. Royale truther is going to be a thing where they want Royale. So is Royale really dead? Is he going to be he is now officially in King's lore. And is he going to make the occasional appearance out of the blue? Is he going to come? Is there a whole storyline there? I don't know. But what we saw was Slamson. He didn't want to talk to him.
Yeah.
Talk to the hand. I'm not talking to you. And shipped him up in a box. I want to know what happened between the hand when Scott Freshour left him in the locker room.
Yeah.
And the box. Was it violent?
We don't know.
I feel like it was.
Did he really get sent to Cincinnati?
Is he still here? And now, if you don't have clear-cut lines of explanation, that's when people are going to go all conspiratorial.
Imagine if they just mailed him to somewhere in Sacramento and he's at someone's door.
He's just at somebody's house.
Hey, look, we got a package.
Did Slamson lure him into that little crate with, is there some sort of specialty Royale food?
With cheese?
With cheese, Royale with cheese. So you had that. You had the fights. You know what's kind of funny? I had a really, well, here's the thing. I've been wondering how to approach this with you. This is going to be awkward, and I don't know how far we can go down this road. It may just be me talking while you just kind of sit there, and here's why. So I had a really long conversation with a buddy of mine. We were both talking a lot about Sac State.
Oh.
Over the weekend.
Okay.
And the football program.
Okay.
So, again, I will 100% forgive you for staying completely neutral on this. But it's like emotions aside and whatever aside, it's like, okay, well, odds are if this is, if we weren't attached to this program in any way, shape, or form, with everything what they're trying to do with the Pac-12 and whatever, probably firing the coach. Coach probably gone. And so, which is unfortunate. These are real people. We love them, but it's just business. And they can't be like, we want to go Pac-12. The football team the program's not great. And by the way, it was just last year, big upset in Stanford. It's so funny how these things go. And maybe you don't. Excuse me. But we started thinking about like, well, if you're going to go this route, Sac State, with trying to the stadium, this and that, whatever, why not take a stab at bringing like a name in? And obviously you're not bringing Nick Saban to Sac State. We get that. But like, what are some of the names out there that are recognizable and either need a boost, they need something, and maybe you get them for a couple of years and it brings a little star power to the program. So we started throwing like, okay, like, for example, what are Bob and Mark Stoops doing right now? Like, I know they're doing things, but like, what is Terry Bowden doing right now? And we got on this name, and this is where it gets a little interesting because of the way the world works right now, and also the way the world worked just a couple years ago. What if you threw a couple million in? And I'm saying, what if? Not you should. Not you should. I'm just throwing it out there. But what if you threw a couple million at old Jungard? Said, hey, you're familiar with Northern California. You got a lot of connections here. We know you want to get back in coaching. That's a name. That's going to make a splash. Now, obviously, there is, I don't want to say there's baggage with John. There's a whole luggage store that would come with John. But it does appear that John is in the process of the whole, rehabilitation of the image and is beginning to peek his head back in. And I'm purely thinking, like, what would be best for the program? Now, you could also argue, you bring somebody toxic like that and you just screwed all your chances up. Good luck, buddy. I'm not immune to that. We're just having an open conversation of should they, because if they do make a move, and maybe they won't, but if they do make a move, they're probably going to go with, whoever guy, Division 2A, offensive coordinator, successful team or whatever, they'll bring somebody in that they would normally bring in. And I'm just wondering if you switch it up a little bit because of what they're trying to do. They're thinking big. They're going outside the box. Do you do something to where you're going to bring you want to bring somebody in with this NIL money? Mm-hmm. NIL money is great, but you got to have somebody who can close a deal in the living room. And there's a big difference between having Phil Smith, who's the offensive coordinator at Eastern Washington, who's a great up and coming coach. And I'll just use Terry Bowden. So, because no one can get mad about that. And Terry Bowden, who's like, hey, Terry Bowden, son of Bobby, former, Auburn, undefeated, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I would say, full disclosure, you're the play-by-play voice of Sac State. Yeah. You work with these people on a daily basis. I certainly don't want to put you in some weird position. So I guess I would just try to ask you, philosophically speaking from 50,000 feet, if X, Y, and Z were to happen, which is completely out of your control, and you're no way advocating that, yay or nay. There's the disclaimer. What would you think about Sac? I mean, what do you think about the general direction of that conversation?
I think that's loaded with lots of avenues. So I'm wondering, and I was thinking about this, not just that example, but I wonder if the college landscape is changing where the name of the head coach is not as important as it used to be. And
I think you're right.
Because you back to the first thing you said, the NIL money.
Yeah.
So you and I, Kyle, were stud high school players or even potential transfer portal guys. And name is at a school, whatever that name is to people. Like, wow, they've got that coach. But also that other school is offering X amount and an opportunity.
That's right.
I feel like that's a bigger deal. So I don't want to, I'm not minimizing the head coach by any means. That's an important piece. But I wonder if the other part is bigger now.
No, I think you're right.
Because, you know, like, I'm going to play for Nick Saban. Sounds amazing. I'm going to play for Bobby Bowden, Lou Holtz, pick your coach. But I'm going to play at this school. But you know what I'm getting? X amount of dollars and this and this and this.
That matters more.
I think it might. So,
especially to Sac State, where it's not like you're trampolining to the NFL like at an Alabama or
right.
a major.
Yeah,
school.
you still have your chances, but so yeah, I don't know. And then there's another example when you were saying that, I was thinking, so at Sac State's level, the Big Sky level, remember you, I think we were talking about him a few weeks ago. We were Jerry Glanville.
That's how the whole conversation started.
So he went to Portland State, and immediately, like, kind of when that happened, I'm like, oh man, what is this going to do for Portland? It
didn't do anything.
No, but that's one example. Doesn't mean that couldn't have worked or couldn't work somewhere else. So, it's interesting conversation. Even the guy we talked to this week or weekly, Tim Plow, first year head coach going to UC Davis. Now they've got a great team. He has a bunch of seniors, not trying to minimize what he's doing, but he's done a great job. He's got a good roster. He's got a really good roster.
He does.
You know? And then conversely, like Sac State, I mean, they could not be more devastated with injuries this year. It happens. It doesn't mean the thought isn't, I'm sure, I will put it this way. I'm sure those that are thinking about Sac State growing and branding, I'm sure have thrown ideas like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have.
It's an interesting thing, interesting road to go down. To your point about Tim Plow, who we love, and I'll echo what you're saying. No way, shape, or form want to take credit away. It just kind of underlines your point. He is the first year head coach, and there's a lot of really good players that were already there.
Yeah, and they're winning, and he's done a great job with it.
Right.
But that's not that wasn't, kind of going on. Let's bring in this massive name prior to. Now he's creating himself one.
Sure.
Yeah.
I love how people in the chat, good morning, everybody, are pissed that we're talking sports. You're right, guys. I just had the question.
Yeah.
This is not the segment for that.
It's funny. I think it was the day the migraine, and I kind of started that way. I go, I'm sorry. I apologize for talking sports.
This is the warm up.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all over the place today. I was just thinking about that. Wanted to bring it up to you. That's probably why, because there's nowhere else we're going to.
I'd be curious. That was probably an interesting conversation. And even some of the other names you guys just threw out there.
Oh, we were throwing out a bunch of names. Honestly, it was with, and I'll tell you off the air. I don't want to break the person. It's a pretty big donor to
nice.
To the program.
Well, I mean, that's I mean, it's not a foreign conversation. I think I said this, I don't know how many years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, put it this way, how many years ago this would have been where I was thinking the same thing about Sac State, maybe for basketball. And I said, and it might have been right after Texas Tech for Bobby Knight, but I'm like, you want to get, you're at least a lead story on Sports Center for a day. If you say you have hired Bobby Knight or whatever, that kind of coach, and you're like, oh my gosh. But does that mean anything?
Ryan wants to know what I thought of Here. I'll get that right out of the way. Ryan, for many reasons, I did not. I was supposed to go see the
It's already out?
Yeah, he worked on it too. And
Ryan?
Our Ryan. And I wanted to go see it before when I first saw the preview, the Tom Hanks movie.
I remember you loved it from the get-go.
Loved it from the second the trailer. It was like this is going to do numbers. And then it turns out our Ryan worked on it, and that I really wanted to go see. I was supposed to go see it last weekend, and it just didn't.
You didn't see Here? You were there?
I was there. I didn't see Here. Also, Ryan is inching his way tangentially into the family, as he was board opping one of our Kings games.
He was the last one.
The last one.
Well, the De'Aaron Fox night.
Are you at the table with him?
I was 1, 2, 3 seats away.
So you've interacted in person with him?
Oh yeah, many times.
Does he send you little notes criticizing what you're doing at all?
About every 5 minutes.
That's what I kind of thought. Jason, maybe
be better.
Maybe a little better on that update.
Yep.
I think your flux capacitor is at 1.11 gigawatts. Here you go. Let me see your driver's license. I see you use corrective lenses, Jason Ross. But it's not on here. Oh. We'll take a break. When we come back, leading off, yes, Jason is 100% correct. As we had a weekend, not great for Niner fans. Very good for incredibly old fish of the sea. Or is a dolphin a mammal? Why do I feel like, is a dolphin a mammal or is it a fish? It's a mammal, right? Yeah. Fish mammals, popping champagne. And De'Aaron Fox doing, I don't even want to say De'Aaron Fox things.
He's never done this.
Is DeMar DeRozan a detriment to De'Aaron Fox's career?
And how does it affect LeBron's legacy?
How does this affect LeBron's legacy? We'll get to that. Leading off is next.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hi, everybody. Jay Leno here. You know, I love doing live stand-up comedy. No politics, no lectures. I'm not giving you my opinion on every issue of the day. Just nothing but jokes. So come by, check it out, and we'll have a lot of fun. Oh, it's clean, too.
Jay Leno live on stage with special guest Arsenio Hall. Saturday, March 29th, on stage at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. Tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Come on by. Check out the show.
The Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold. This Sunday night at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys. Riding an endless summer wave into 2024. Buy your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold, live.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Seconds to play in the game. 2nd and 2, 13-yard line. Geno Smith now 2-by-2. It's his back foot. Steps up. He's going to run out left. 10, 5, touchdown Seattle. Geno Smith runs in the end zone for a go-ahead touchdown.
But wait, there's 12 seconds left.
Woof. Hey, man, woof it is. This is where the Niners are supposed to turn it around, go on like an 8-game run.
They're running out of games to do that. You could do it for 7.
Fat lady ain't singing, but she warming up.
Oof.
She's warming up. This is just right now. This is looking like one of them. One of those years as the Seahawks beat the Niners 20-17, and San Francisco is now effectively, well, let's see, 2 games behind the Arizona Cardinals because of the head-to-head. As a matter of fact, the NFC West, 6-4 Cardinals, and everybody else 5-5. You could say the Niners are a game out of first, or they're in dead last.
Yeah, and I think in the overall, 7 make it. I think they're 10th, if I saw right. I mean, they don't control their own destiny anymore.
No.
Then you're going to need some help. They may be okay, maybe, but that's I would say the 3rd game they've given away, and it's all been in division. Gave one to the Cardinals, gave one to the Rams, and they gave that one away yesterday. And good teams don't do that.
They don't. And it's interesting because the 49ers are 500, yet their record and their success over the last few years is enough to where, thoughts of firing the coach are kind of silly, but also there's some clear flaws there.
Yeah.
Also, yes, there have been a number of games where they've been incredibly close and let the lead go, but they've done it in a pattern. And once it becomes a pattern, okay, well, there's still losses. There's some numbers I'm going to give to you today, Jason, throughout. But I can tell you this, to your point, in 4 chances, the 49ers have lost 3 divisional games after leading in the final 2 minutes of regulation. That's tied for the most losses by a team since the 1970 merger. It's the first time it's happened in 23 years since Carolina did it. 125 coaches have had 40 or more regular season games decided by 7 points or less. Kyle Shanahan's 396 win percentage ranks 118th out of those 125. Look, it is an incredibly, incredibly fair criticism, I believe, of Kyle Shanahan that something happens to him late in games. That whether it's his, and I don't know what it is. Is it a choke? I think that's a fun buzzword.
Sure.
But specifically, what is it? Because you can go back to, look, he was the offensive coordinator for Atlanta, the biggest Super Bowl comeback ever. The amount of times he has held a lead in the fourth quarter, as we just went over, and just to see it get screwed with. You had Nick Bosa on the sideline, which wasn't his fault. I firmly believe if Nick Bosa was playing in that game towards the end, the Niners win, but ifs and buts and candy and nuts.
Right. And the pattern to me for this year specifically feels like certainly a lot of it goes down to the end. You look at the last part of the game, but I felt like yesterday specifically, like there were chances to put the game away.
Yes, there were.
So why is that though not happening? So I mean, that's still also Kyle Shanahan.
Red zone issues all year.
Stayed there again, right?
Yep. Well, look, I know Niner fan is hurting because I'm one of them. So I had this prepared just to maybe improve your mood a little.
Okay.
What that was.
It's the anthem of our youth.
I will have to say,
Whose youth?
Everyone's.
Dave.
Yeah.
It worked.
It worked, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm feeling great.
How could it not? I feel
Yeah.
great. Keep that honey sauce on the side.
I'm done for the day. It's in there.
Yeah,
it's in there the rest of the day.
The rest of the whole day. Number 2, please.
Cut number 2.
Honey sauce.
Keegan Murray near sidelines puts the ball in play to Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis dribble handoff to Fox. Drives it to the left elbow. Retreats to three-point range. Anthony Edwards stalking him. The Aaron's down to 4. Fires for 3. He's got a 60-point ball game. It's the most points any player has scored this season in the NBA. It's 126-126 as Fox delivers. 1:06 to go.
Well, Jason, that had to be fun to watch, right?
It was truly incredible. And you know what I thought of after the game?
What?
Well, after the game. Remember, it was me, you, and Alan. We were just talking about it like, hey, what if there's like a historic game and I'm keeping stats, and would that stat page be worth anything?
Well,
I don't know.
What did you get?
I don't know where I put it. I think I threw it away.
Oh.
I can probably find it somewhere. But I thought of it like yesterday. I went, oh, we were just talking about that. Get it signed by G-Man. someone would buy it for minimal pennies on eBay or something. That was an amazing game. Well, 2 in a row, but the 60 was incredible.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty fun to watch.
Well, there's this guy that shows up after the Niners lose.
Is it Lamar Jackson guy?
I wish it was. No, this is he just shows up just trying to get a rise out of me, but I have a new rule I'm trying to embrace. I'm trying to be a new and better Dave.
Okay.
So I'm just blocking him.
Oh.
I know, right? Hope it was worth it, buddy. There you go.
Hey, while you go.
Hey.
Taste the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit. Taste that honey sauce.
Yeah.
Right in your face with the block button. Not dealing with it.
Yeah.
Nope, not reacting.
Not today.
Not today, baby. Cut number 3, please.
Cut number 3.
No free speech. Nope.
Fakes the throw. Allen going to step up in the pocket. Now he's going to take it and run, and he's got the first down and more. 10, 5, and muscles his way into the end zone for an unbelievable 26-yard touchdown run. Are you kidding me?
More importantly, Jason, now this is in my head. I'm going to run this by you one more time. Somebody said something on the chat line.
Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
They think that sounds like Katie singing.
Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce.
I want that to be true.
I know. I was like, wait, am I missing something? Then when it played, I'm like, no.
I really want that to be true, but I don't think it is. Anyways, we'll use this as our outro music. Yeah. I love the whole who was the dolphin that they showed? It was like 94 with the champagne yesterday. Did you see that picture?
No.
Yeah. Was it old Zonka?
But is Zonka still with us? I think it was, if it was.
So Lair?
Huh?
It was Lair?
I think it might have been Lair. I didn't know if he was still with us or not.
Larry Zonka?
But it did kind of look like him.
Larry Zonka, 77 years old.
Okay, good man. Nice. Yeah, it was Larry Zonka just with the sham, which is like simultaneously great, but also a little sad because every year there's like less Dolphins.
Yeah.
We lost
the Dolphins.
Yeah, save them. We lost Mercury Morris last year. He was like the leader of the pack, really, for the champagne pop. But there it was. Now, I would just like to suggest to by the way, Katie had a birthday over the weekend.
Yeah.
Big 5-0 for her. Congratulations. Not sure what she did. I haven't talked to her, but I'm pretty sure she enjoyed the weekend. You only get one of those. Yeah. So good for her. Big birthday for old Katie. Old Katie. Good old Katie girl. Big 5-0. I would just like to suggest to all Bills fans, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Yeah. You deserve it.
Yep.
I was rooting for you. I'm glad you won. Don't dunk on Chiefs fans. Don't do it. Be humble.
Yeah.
It's okay to enjoy it. It's okay to be loud and celebrate the fact that that is a huge win and you just beat the two-time defending Super Bowl champions and undefeated Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, but you might have to beat them again.
You're going to almost certainly have to beat them again when it counts.
Yeah.
And it would just be incredibly Chiefish for that to happen. Who chiefed? And then for the Chiefs to go back into Buffalo, and they did. Was it last year? That was last year.
They've done it 3 times.
Wasn't it last year, though, where Romo was celebrating? Everyone was celebrating, and then Patrick Mahomes took him to field goal range in like 4 seconds and kicked the field goal, or was that the year before?
It might have been the year. Last year, the Chiefs won in Baltimore, but still.
Yeah, they won in Buffalo in the second round. I think Jason's talking about the right game. Or no, 2021 is the game you're talking about.
Was that 3 years ago? Yeah.
They've beaten them 3 times at this point.
No, I know that. There was one where, like, the Bills scored to take the lead with, like, 18 seconds left or some crap, and everyone's celebrating on the Bills sideline, and then Mahomes just dink, 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 Harrison Butker, and they beat him.
Yeah, you mean the greatest regular season football game ever?
Was that regular season?
Or, sorry, greatest playoff football game ever?
Oh, disagree. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, as I think about a better one, I can't think of right now. Niners, Packers every time. Okay, those are the best ones. Sure. We had a big weekend in sports. We lost a legendary asterisk member of our Olympic history, And there were some fights that happened, both in the Well, there were some fights that happened in the UFC. There were some fights that happened on the undercard of Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. And then there was Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Well, we have plenty to talk about with that next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It ignites something inside of you. Lightning and the thunder. Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
It's Black Friday all month long at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. When buying a car, getting a good deal, it's kind of the easy part. Where Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram really sets themselves apart from anywhere else is the experience, from sales to service and everything in between. It's why so many people keep coming back to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's because it's the place where a handshake still means something. And if you've been wanting to experience that Jeep life, there's no better time than now. SacSuperstore.com, located off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
So Friday night you had the Kings game, and then we had the Jake Paul thing on. And here's the thing about that: it's a car crash, and it was free. It's on Netflix, which Netflix it was a good testing of their buffering systems. They did not pass very well. That broadcast was on the struggle bus quite a bit. Here's the bottom line on that. I think everybody gets a pass if you checked it out on Netflix, because why wouldn't you? Again, it's free. But they also, I think they had, what did they do? 70,000 people at Cowboy Stadium.
That's incredible.
Texas record. And it's like, I see Jake Paul in the crosshairs of a lot of people. And I don't profess to, I understand the basics of Jake Paul's history and good and bad and indifferent, whatever. I have I think Jake Paul is brilliant. I think, which is probably not the take most people would expect me to have. I think he's brilliant. I think here's the bottom line. He has amassed this brand by fighting either YouTubers and streamers and that type to people that just aren't really fighters. Like Tommy Fury's the one who beat him. Tommy Fury's best known for being the brother of a fighter. Like, this is not a legit fighter. He's fighting Mike Tyson, who's 58, who just had a pretty serious health issue last summer. And I'll just say it straight out. I don't have any proof. And I say this as somebody who's watched fights his whole life. I'm 100% convinced, like not 90. I'm 100% convinced it's fixed. And I don't necessarily know that that's a deal breaker. If you go back and watch the video of the fight, and they're out there, you can very clearly see Mike Tyson. Look at Mike Tyson training versus Mike Tyson in the ring. You see Tyson hit him a couple of times and immediately stop. I know that there's rumors that the contract was leaked. I don't believe those are true. But it is very much within the realm of possibility that Mike Tyson was paid on a sliding scale based on how many rounds the fight went. In other words, if you knock Jake Paul out in the first round, he'd get X. If it went to a decision, he'd get Y or Z. I believe the judges were it was a sanctioned bout. There's rumors that the judges had to be cleared by Jake Paul's production company, but generally the state will provide the judges with no input from the production company. But let's just even go with the worst case scenario that is fixed. People look at, Jake Paul as this disease. And I think Jake Paul, you could take this conversation many ways, but Jake Paul is a symptom. What you have is this circus atmosphere that people are attracted to, and they want to be there to see whatever happens. And if they were entertained, great, good for them. I'm not going to fault somebody. It's like going to wrestling. If you're going to get pissed off at the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing and look down your nose, you better not be a wrestling fan, because that's fake. Mm-hmm. This is almost certainly, I believe 100% that it is fake. Not the undercard fights. So there were a couple actually really good fights on that card from legitimate fighters. Jake Paul, I respect him for training. You look at, he obviously look, I wouldn't want to tangle with him. The guy knows what to do with his hands, and he's really thrown himself into this. But if you want to see Jake Paul and the whole train come to a car crash real quick, just put him in the ring with any middle of the road fighter that is sanctioned and fighting in that way. Just anyone. You don't have to know him. Bill Smith fights at Jake Paul's weight class and has had 20 professional fights and has a record above 500. I don't care if it's 11-9. Put him in there with Jake Paul. Jake Paul would get murked. I mean, absolutely destroyed. But that doesn't do it. Mike Tyson knocking Jake Paul out would give everybody what they want, most everybody. But it also takes away from the brand, and then Jake Paul next. There's going to be far less money to be made in the future. Everybody made money last night, Friday. I don't fault them at all.
So I was at the Kings game, didn't get a chance to watch it. We mentioned Ryan earlier. He had it on, and it was closer to Henry. Henry was watching it quite a bit. So between feedback from him, and I had a few other people that did watch it and shared with me what they thought. kind of the universal thought was actually the first round, maybe the second was a little bit like, whoa, Tyson, like he might have got him once or twice,
Sure.
like pretty good. And it was almost to the point, like maybe even startled Paul, that kind of thing. But as it went on, like no legs for Tyson.
No.
He looked 58, which again, don't fault him for he's not the guy that he obviously once was
at all.
And then it just kind of went downhill.
Yep.
And also they said, Jake Paul, he's not a joke. Like, he can fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with that.
None of us would go, I'd get in there with, no, he would murder me.
He would murder
me. It was a tough watch, but kind of what you said, like entertaining enough.
Mm-hmm.
And probably the price was right. If you have Netflix, right? It's free. Then you're like, well, it's fine.
I would not pay.
Not sure what I watched. It wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. Wasn't the best.
No.
And
I don't know what the hell Rosie Perez was there either. That was the most random thing of the night.
Told me that too. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Why?
Mauro Ronaldo, who's an old friend of the show, was on the call. That was great. Rosie Perez, I have no idea. Roy Jones Jr. would shut up about Tyson's mouthpiece. God dang, Roy, just shut. And Mauro did everything but say, dude, that he does that in almost every fight, Roy. I don't, as somebody said here, I feel bad for the people that paid money. I don't feel an ounce of bad for them. What did you expect? Those are the people I feel least bad for. And if you're bitching that you went and you paid money and that's what you got, bro, save your money. Like, what did you expect? There will be another spectacle down the road that will be just as stupid. There's only one Iron Mike Tyson, but it'll be somebody.
Yeah.
Then fast forward to Saturday night and the real fights. John Jones, Stipe Miocic. Stipe retired after the fight, knocked out with a spinning back kick. John Jones, it's so funny. John Jones has been shredded his whole career, and now that he's up in heavyweight, he's got the big Santa Claus belly that kind of hangs over. A little bit reminded me a little bit of Chuck Liddell in the later years, where he had the little pot belly after making weight. And John just when John at one point threw Stipe down in the first round, tripped him, threw him down with one arm, and I went, okay, this ain't going to be good for old Stipe, who's was a firefighter, was a great ambassador for the sport. He should hold his head high. The Hall of Fame will come for him. But now it leaves John Jones in a precarious position. He is the greatest mixed martial artist of all time, obviously with a little bit of a checkered past. I'm not advocating for his personality or his ethics, but he is the greatest fighter to ever grace the octagon. And now he's got a couple of choices. Everyone wants to see him fight Tom Aspinall, including myself, who's a big up and coming English puncher. I don't think that's going to happen. He wants to fight what's his face, Rivera, the light heavyweight. Dana White doesn't want to make that fight, but that's who John wants. And John said in the post fight, look, I don't need to fight up and comers anymore. Like, I need the super fights. That's what interests me. I want the super fights. And the one everybody wants, which unfortunately can't happen, but the fight that is out there beyond all fights is him and Francis Ngannou, who left the UFC for a different promotion. Unless they can somehow figure that out, buy out his contract, bring him back in. That would be the biggest fight we've had since the Conor McGregor days. It was interesting because there's just literally no way to have this conversation without it turning into a farce, but whatever. Never stopped me before. The politics and sports crowd has kind of flipped a little bit because the UFC basically was, it was like the Republican National Convention.
Yeah.
You had Trump, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Mike Johnson, Kid Rock, Elon Musk, and let me get through this before you start your angry trigger typing here. I'm fine with it. Like, it can't be the problem with the politics and sports thing. That was always the problem with politics and sports. Is it's not for 98% of them out there. I get it. There's like 2% that are purists, and if that's one of you, ma'am or sir, great. That are just like, I don't care what the politics are. I don't want it in the sports. Politics have always been in sports. What it was I don't want your politics.
Exactly.
I don't want your politics.
Yeah, but mine are okay.
But mine are okay.
Right.
So the crowd that was so loud during the BLM or Colin Kaepernick or God knows what, name it, now seems to be incredibly embracing. And the running line is, well, they did it, so we're going, okay. I mean, so two wrongs, right? We're for that. here's the thing. Politics have always been in sports. Whether I agree with the politics or not, it is what it is. Nobody should be getting triggered. You got Nick Bosa and the tight end for the Raiders and Bowers and a number of they're doing the Trump dance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What I would love is instead of bitching about the politics now, and again, you got literally the head of the UFC, our friend Dana, who is kind of an adjacent cabinet member at this point, advisor to the administration. It's so funny going from the guy that used to call into my night show for an hour from his porch, just, this balding 40-something that was trying to get a promotion off the ground, and now he's literally, connected directly to the presidential administration that's incoming, which is a whole different crazy thing. But the politics or the political appearances.
Yeah.
You watch the UFC, there's just no way around it now, especially at Madison Square Garden. And I hope we can use that to say, okay, now the other side's gotten in there, if you want to call it the other side. Let's just all acknowledge that politics and sports are always going to happen.
And not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere, whether you're handing the president your heavyweight belt or doing the dance or kneeling or whatever it may be. You might say, well, this thing's important and that thing. Well, that's your opinion.
That's your view.
Maybe you think that Colin Kaepernick kneeling is a real important thing and Trump is this horror, whatever.
Well, literally, some thought it was the greatest thing ever, and some thought it was the worst.
That's right,
and it happened.
And it happened.
People take their views,
and let's all just have a glass of milk,
right,
and understand that's how it is. Yep. So, I just say there's a lot of just up in arms on both sides. It's just guys,
milk.
It's just have some milk. It's okay. It's not the dance isn't hurting anyone. The you're normal. Normal. He's going to be the president, guys. He's going to be the president of the country. So it's going to happen. It's going to be a long 4 years for you guys if that freaks you out on either side. And you know what? Someone's going to kneel again. Someone's going to do this. Someone's going to come out in their post-fight and rail against Trump. Someone's going to come out in their post-fight, Colby Covington, and in a big flag with MAGA tattooed across. Look, that's their forum.
Yeah.
Let them use it. I'm sure there's somebody out there that got really upset that John Jones shouted out Jesus Christ in his post fight. Somebody got offended by that. That's his forum.
Yep.
That's what they're going to do. That's religion. That's politics. They all intersect. We're all humans. Let's all love each other. Also, Bella Caroli. I said asterisk because Bella's had.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there is no denying that in the Mary Lou Retton, Nadia Comaneci, that 72 to 84 and beyond, Carrie Strode.
Legend.
Probably the most important figure in United States gymnastics history and maybe in world gymnastics history. Yeah, Bella Caroli. And by the way, very aware of the other stuff. Very not rolling over it, not saying he's going to heaven or hell, not saying influence in the success of gymnastics and exposure of gymnastics. Period. End of statement. That is it in a vacuum. Hard to find any bigger than Bella Caroli. We'll take a break. When we come back, much more on the sports weekend. I went long there. There's a lot to cover, Jason.
There is.
Including the big UC Davis showdown at 8. And insanity that almost was. We'll get to it next.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com, Babbel.com.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. At participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Time to gear up. It's the Black Friday and Gold Saturday open house event at Roseville Power Sports, located at 360 North Sunrise Avenue. We're your home for the best deals on Can-Am side-by-sides, ATVs, and Ski-Doo snowmobiles. Now's the time to save thousands on a brand new Can-Am or Ski-Doo. And check out the all-new Can-Am Maverick R with an incredible 240 horsepower. The Maverick R is built to conquer any terrain, bringing unmatched power and excitement to your off-road adventures. Plus, save 30 to 50% on accessories. Helmets, jackets, gear, everything you need to ride in style and safety. This Black Friday and Saturday only. And it's not just about the savings. It's an open house event you won't want to miss. Join us for food, prizes, and more this Black Friday. So head to Roseville Power Sports this Black Friday and Gold Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And let's kick off the holiday season with incredible deals and tons of fun. Some restrictions apply. See store for details. Offers valid on 2024 and prior product while supplies last. Happy holidays from Roseville Power Sports.
My buddy's a high roller. He goes, dude, I'm a high roller, man.
David Spade live. Catch me inside tour.
Oh, dude, they fly me out there. Comp. That $89 flight on Southwest, they cover that? You know it. How about limo to and fro the airport with a sunroof? How much you down? He goes, about 90 grand.
David Spade. This Friday night on stage at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss David Spade live.
Toyota's Black Friday sales event ends soon. Take advantage of the biggest savings of the year and gear up for adventure in a legendary Toyota truck.
Ready, set, let's go.
Get $2,000 cash back on Tundra and Tundra Hybrid, or lease a Tacoma 4x4 for as low as $269 a month.
Ready, set, let's go.
The clock is ticking on Toyota's Black Friday sales event. Don't miss out. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium ready credit ends 12/2/24.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
In addition to the UFC Saturday night, I found myself like, well, it's funny. Who said it in here? Kevin in the chat. That the Davis loss was my fault. Didn't give a rip all season. As soon as I get interested in it, they lose. My bad. That it was 30-8 with just over 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and they cut it in final score 30-28. It was like one of those fights. It was actually a lot like if you watch the UFC fights, it was kind of like the football version of Michael Chandler, Charles Oliveira. You feel like if there was just one more round, but there wasn't one more round, and they lost. It was a close fight, close game. They did lose at home to the higher ranked team, but it's kind of like what we talked about on Friday. I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, but yeah, they lost. It'll affect their seeding, I'm sure.
Yeah, but probably not by much.
Not by much, and they're in the playoffs.
Yeah, the goal. If their goal, I'm sure one of the goals is to win the conference, so that one's going to be more difficult. But they can still get a share of the title if everything went right for them this weekend. But if not, the bigger goal, I'm sure, is national championship, and that's still in play.
Yeah, and look, they've shown they can hang with anyone. I mean, they haven't played North Dakota State yet.
Right.
I get it, but they're. Let's put it this way: if they go through the playoffs and win the national championship, nobody cares about this game anyway. No one's going to look back and be like, "Oh, it's a great season." But I'm just saying, it's not like, and this is where I wonder if it's a good or bad thing. You know, in our version of college football of yesteryear, which meaning like a year ago, basically, but especially 90s, 2000s, you lose that game, your season's over.
Right. Not in this case at all. Nowhere close to that.
No.
Yeah.
So, look, we'll talk to Coach Plow tomorrow. Congratulations to him and the team, though, on what has been a great season so far. Your only losses are close ones to Cal and Montana State.
You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. Inside the NBA, and
how about that?
Yeah, TNT and ESPN have reached an agreement on their lawsuit. And it sounds like part of that agreement was the licensing. This is weird. The licensing of Inside the NBA to ESPN. So basically, as I understand it, Shaq and Charles and Kenny and Ernie will all be heading over to ESPN's coverage of the NBA next year. Also, it's still a Turner property. So it kind of allows Ernie, who said all along, I'm not leaving Turner.
Right.
I'm never leaving Turner.
And Barkley kind of did too.
That's right. Now, what becomes really interesting is that ESPN is owned, as we know, by Disney. And here's the thing. There is no more, outside of podcasts, there's no more independent traditional property than Inside the NBA. And what I mean by that is, Ernie's a company guy. Kenny's kind of a company guy. Shaq and Charles do not care.
Right.
You cannot put a collar on them. You cannot rein them in. So ESPN, I would imagine, had to have internal discussions where it's like, guys, this is going to be, and they've gone there. They've got Pat McAfee now.
Yeah.
They've gone from, they went deeply. We just talked about the politics and sports thing. They embraced that. Then they completely de-embraced it, and everything was just, hey, sports. And now they've kind of, without you looking at it, they've re-embraced the personalities, the Stephen A. Smiths, the Pat McAfees. So I think into that world, this will fit just fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad, first and foremost, that there's an option that they may still be around, right? I mean, they've kind of acknowledged that this was going to be the last one through TNT, and maybe they'd keep it going there, but that's different when you don't have the games. But this will be interesting to see how they make this all work.
And finally, RIP, we think.
Yeah.
I'm not buying that he's completely dead. I'll just tell you that. I'm not. And by the way, I don't have any inside knowledge on. I don't know where it's at right now. I just, if for no other reason, you probably spent the better part of six figures on creating him and the everything associated with it. But now you kind of have this storyline, and obviously something went somewhere. And De'Aaron Fox didn't help, where he said, "What the F is that?" But that was just, I think that's a reaction of a lot of people.
Yep.
So as I said, now you're going to have, like, if you do a Venn diagram, I could promise you the Royale fans and the gold jersey fans, a lot of them are very, very, very much in the same circle. Not all, but a lot. And so you're going to have these Royale truthers, as we said earlier, that very much want. There's going to be an undercurrent of Royale truthers.
I know what my Halloween costume is going to be next year.
Going to be Royale?
I would guess
Somebody
so.
said it looks like a skin tag. We'll take a break when we come back. Hey, King's Rewind.
It's happening.
How's that happening? No, Chris.
Oh.
Stay tuned. Top of the hour. King's Rewind next.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my superhydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body?
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Black Friday is on its way at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there's no better place to shop for all your power tools. Low price Makita Bear tools starting at $89, Makita batteries starting at just $49, and many more of the year's hottest deals. November 25th through December 2nd. That's right, one whole week of crazy deals on power tools. So don't forget, our Black Friday sale will be November 25th through December 2nd. Check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road or online at fastenersinc.net.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Don't you deserve healthcare you can count on? Well, you can count on United Healthcare with Medicare plans that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. You can enjoy reliable coverage and low out-of-pocket costs with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, made for California, trusted everywhere. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today.
Hi, everybody. Jay Leno here. You know, I love doing live stand-up comedy. No politics, no lectures. I'm not giving you my opinion on every issue of the day. Just nothing but jokes. So come by, check it out, and we'll have a lot of fun. Oh, it's clean, too.
Jay Leno live on stage with special guest Arsenio Hall. Saturday, March 29th, on stage at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. Tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Come on by. Check out the show.
The Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold. This Sunday night at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys. Riding an endless summer wave into 2024. Buy your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold, live.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD 1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. Let me get out of the way. My favorite segment, yours. Fastest growing segment in all morning radio, Sacramento Sports. Kings Rewind. Now, Chris is gone, Jason, so I don't know how we're doing this here.
There's always an impact of Christopher Laud on Kings Rewind.
Ah?
Yeah.
Ah.
He'll never flee far from his baby.
Flee far.
Yeah.
Fly away.
So his presence will be felt.
Okay, take it away then, Kings Rewind. We got a lot to get to.
Well, it was an eventful weekend of Kings basketball at Golden One Center.
Are you prepared for a night of feasting and sport, the likes of which you will never forget?
First, on Friday night, the Kings hosted the Minnesota Timberwolves in a cup game. For the first time this season, the Kings started Alex Len.
I'm going to help people because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
The Timberwolves would put on quite the offensive and defensive display, much to the dismay of the hometown fans.
What's it like out there? They're big, fast, they're dirty, plus they fast. You said that already.
Minnesota built a 20-point lead, and seemingly the only counter the Kings had was De'Aaron Fox.
Stop it. Get some help.
Fox was already having a great game, but he was going to have to do something special.
You're going to be a special little guy, aren't you?
Well, something special turning to something heroic.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
And milestone after milestone, Fox was knocking them all down.
Yeah.
So excited!
First, his career high of 44 points was surpassed.
And?
Well, next up, he became the fourth Sacramento King ever in the 40-season history to reach half 100.
And?
Well, as Fox was creeping closer to history, the Kings were orchestrating a classic comeback.
And?
From 20 down to a 4-point lead with just 90 seconds to play.
Oh, I'm so happy I can't even feel my arms.
Minnesota would respond and force 5 extra minutes of basketball. In overtime, Fox would boogie past DeMarcus for the Sac-era point record. Then he eclipsed Jack Twyman's franchise record and became the first King in any city anywhere to reach 60.
You truly are the King of Kings.
King's record, G1C record, just a masterpiece in scoring by one De'Aaron Martez Fox.
I think this just might be my masterpiece.
In the end, that will be the lasting memory. Minnesota won the game.
They won.
All right now, boy. We've got to rub some garlic on you before the next full moon.
All right, so less than 24 hours later, the Sacramento Kings had to take the court against the Utah Jazz. The Kings would go into battle without Malik Monk. They also wouldn't have DeMar DeRozan again. And to make matters more difficult, they wouldn't have Domantas Sabonis, who was out as well.
What? Was that supposed to be funny?
The Kings had already defeated Utah this season, but this one was going to be more difficult.
I know that. I'm not stupid. I'm smarter than you.
My bad. How much was left in the tank after the historical yet draining performance the night before?
I'm just like the tiredest I've ever been in my life.
Maybe the Kings would need some other inspiration to get them going. How about the new City Edition uniforms?
I actually like the City Edition, and I like them.
And how about a brand new yet tip of the cap to the old mascot named Royale?
You think I can do better?
Well, De'Aaron Fox spent the night before killing the T-Wolves and may have just killed Royale.
What is that?
By the way, what did happen to Royale?
No, we had a problem. I mean, we tried to do everything we could.
What do you mean?
Well, you know what I mean. He's gone. And we couldn't do nothing about it. That's it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He's gone. He's gone. That's it.
Nonetheless, the Kings had work to do, and Utah would make them work for it.
You better work.
After a good start, the Kings found themselves down again on their home floor in the second half.
Why do you hate me when I show you nothing but love?
But don't fret, it's swipe of the fox time.
What does the fox say?
De'Aaron would take over again.
No, you can't take me down. You need more than that.
Fox lit up the Jazz for 49 points. He did have help, though, from his teammates with a clutch late three by new king Jordan McLaughlin, and the Kings would, in fact, light the beam. Although it was a weekend split, it was truly a two-game set to remember as De'Aaron Fox moved from 17th in the league in scoring all the way up to 6th.
I love this game.
He was dominant. The Kings went 1-1 and now host the Atlanta Hawks tonight, looking for the season sweep.
Attaboy. Attaboy, Chris.
There you go.
And Kyle executing it flawlessly.
Yes. And now you know exactly what happened in the game Friday and in the game Saturday.
60-point loss. Ugh, I hate they lost that game.
I think I had the stats there for G-Man of the 50-point games. I know Weber's was in a loss. One of DeMarcus's the overtime loss. Mm-hmm. One of DeMarcus was an overtime loss, and now De'Aaron's was an overtime loss. Why did they ruin it for everybody?
Can I,
it was truly it was an amazing comeback.
And we'll talk about this at 7:30. By the way, Jordan McLaughlin's three just really, was awesome. Really should get a lot of love. That was clutch as hell.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I know that there tends to be, there's always somebody's fault it is. Mm-hmm. There's the GOAT, not that GOAT, the other GOAT. And then there's always the great hope. But I am intrigued by Orlando Robinson. I am.
Sure.
I am.
Yeah.
I hope there's something there.
Yeah. Could be.
We'll take a break, but later on today, 7:30 to be specific and beyond. I did not ignore the West Wing clip, Chris, that he threw in there. Just for
might have slipped by me.
I think I want to talk about what De'Aaron has done over the last two games. And if I'm wrong for feeling, coming away from that, watching him do that, I feel like he could just kind of average 30 in his sleep if he wanted to. Like, I obviously you have to make the shots, and that's not going to happen every night. But just watching, I'm going to say this, and you're going to know what I mean. Watching him score 60, I didn't feel like it was spectacular. And obviously that's an insane thing, but I watched it and I didn't feel like De'Aaron was like above and beyond, like, oh my God, where did this come from? Like, he had some amazing shots, don't get me wrong, but 95% of them were like, he rolls through, he speeds by the guy, he gets to his spot, he hits the jumper. Oh, he flows by this guy, easy layup. Like, I feel
it's
like
stuff you've seen before.
It's stuff I've seen before that he just put together. And granted, you're going to have off nights. They're not going to fall, blah, blah, blah. I get it. I just don't. I feel like that is there for him. It's just there. And by the way, he scored 60 against the best defensive team or top 3 defensive team in the league.
I think that's probably, like, if you flip the games and he had 49 against Minnesota, but then went 60 against Utah, it's been like, yeah, okay. And not that I shouldn't say, that's not fair. But 60 was incredible. But to do it against, like you said, one of the best defenses, so many long perimeter defenders with maybe the best interior defender the league has had in the last 20 years in Gobert, he did all of that.
All of it. Again, it wasn't, it'd be one thing if he had 60 against Utah,
right,
which he said didn't, count.
Right, for Keegan, yeah.
Did you hear him clean that up, though, by the way? Yeah. We'll take a break. When we come back, hey, it's no, it's not a new hour. We're already in. God, the show's flying by.
It is.
All right, 3 for Madness coming up. And by the way, this is we're just getting a quick word from you about our friends at Overhead. Then when we come back, 3 for Madness, Aaron Rodgers, Royale, and the 49ers. We'll do all that next.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
I've been talking to you about Overhead Door Company of Sacramento for a while now. They have been an institution in our area, 70-plus years of excellence in our community and surrounding communities as well. 9 counties they serve around the Sacramento area. And branding is important. You need to know when you're talking about Overhead Door Company of Sacramento and you were looking them up or you're trying to find them, look for the red ribbon logo. That's their branding. That's what they know. And others have tried to copy or mimic or duplicate. That's honestly the finest form of flattery because they're really good at what they do. But this is who you're looking for. And if you're replacing an old garage door or, maybe you've got some issues with your door that you just need a fix, they can do all of this, and it's the greatest return on investment homeowners can make when doing improvements. You'll get the wow factor. You'll feel great about your home, and you'll be working with a fantastic company. They also have a deal for you. We all like deals, right? Mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports, and you'll receive $100 off your new garage door paired with a new garage door opener. Make your house pop. Feel good about your new garage door. But they do more than just that. They do more than residential. They also do commercial as well, and all their repairs on existing doors as well. They do all of it. So check out their website at ohdsac.com or call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, Frankie Cardicelli coming up at 8. Our Sacktown Sports Kings insider, Matt Barrows, at 9.
Why?
I love Matt.
Sounds like shot at Matt.
Oh, shot at the Niners. Shot at the Niners losing. In the meantime, it is 3 for Madness. It is question 1.
Question 1.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Can you explain the stat that Aaron Rodgers has a worse winning percentage as Jets starting quarterback than Zach Wilson and Sam Darnold?
I can't. Woof. I can't. Zach Wilson won 36.4% of his game. Sam Darnold, 34.2. Aaron Rodgers, 27.3. Aaron Rodgers has Breece Hall. He has Garrett Wilson. He has Devontae Adams. He has a defense. I can't explain.
They need to fire Robert Saleh.
I can't. I know we're supposed to have some explanation. That's the job, and maybe I'm just not smart enough. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't see any outward signs that Aaron Rodgers is slowing down or
well, statistically, he hasn't been as far as yards.
But you watch him play.
You see, like, some of the throws. I remember even back to the first game of the year when the Niners looked great. Some of the throws he made, you're like, man.
Yeah.
Just putting it right on, like throwing guys open, putting in tight windows, tight spaces. But, I mean, this was a team, again, I still laugh at it, but people said this could be a Super Bowl team.
Yeah. I was on that bandwagon.
I don't think you said.
I didn't say
Bowl.
they'd be a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
I said I could see them being contenders.
Sure.
I don't have an answer. Now, it may just be a combination of things. This is his first year with them, with that, the whole crew. It may be, by the way, he might be slowing down. It could be very incremental and very tough to see, but, this is a game of inches, literally. I'm not saying I can understand the Jets being a 500 team. Like, I could understand that. Okay, well, this, and this. But when you look at years past, and the only thing keeping them from being 0-16, 0-17 pretty much has been that defense. It's been a good defense. And then you add in a mature Breece Hall, who's one of the best backs in the game. You Garrett Wilson, also one of the best receivers in the game, both incredibly young and talented. You add Devontae Adams, you add Aaron Rodgers, one of the best quarterbacks of all time, who appears to not have lost much. I'm not saying they should be 8-2 or whatever.
Yeah,
but
they shouldn't be this.
My God.
Yeah,
but they
it's
are.
brutal.
And they had that game yesterday.
Totally. And that's another one.
Yeah.
And they're just giving games away.
Number 2, please.
Question 2.
What will be your guys' lasting memory of the legendary Kings mascot, Royale?
I think it's a to be continued. I wouldn't close the casket on Royale just yet.
Story's not done?
I don't think the story's done, but I think just the look, if I'm being serious here, I'll be serious for 2 seconds about this because it is a hilarious thing. But here's the bottom line. In all seriousness, there is a person or people that are real people, that are good people, that were charged with doing this. And I hope this is just whatever that we see, but what I do worry about is behind the scenes that someone's getting an earful about this. And we have fun with stuff and we joke about it, but we also love so many of the people over there. And I hope this isn't a thing. But I will say this is something that Chris Granger was really good at when he was president of the team. Is one of the things he was really good at is he very much encouraged forums, what do you call it when a bunch of people come in and do a
focus groups?
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was. Focus groups. He would rotate them through. You got plenty of diehard Kings fans out there that would happily come in for a free lunch and an opportunity to be in the know. Whether it's uniforms, whether it's designs. I know that doesn't. What the fans think as a group doesn't necessarily dictate what's right or wrong. And these people get paid to be experts at this, and sometimes they just do know better. But I think a lot of times with a little bit of help from the fans, it's what we call a white glove team. You've got this team that's working on the thing forever. They're in the four walls. Now bring in somebody else to come in and go, you know what, dude, those eyebrows are freaky, or the look on his face is this, or whatever. I've learned this from my work with the soccer team over in England. 98% of the things that you want to introduce is new. There will be a large majority of the fan base that says, yuck, I don't like it, screw you. They don't want anything new, and they just want to bitch and whine and moan.
Right.
Okay? I'm not saying that's what this is, but I'm saying you're always going to be met with resistance. But I think working with the fans can help quite a bit. I think that could have helped a little bit here.
Yeah, and my 2 cents on it would be, you're right. There are probably good people that
very good
working on this thought of a good idea or thought of an idea here that they thought would be good and would catch on. And we don't know where it'll go from here, even if it never appears again or if the story truly isn't done. But my stance from it, looking at it, would be, one, you have a beloved mascot currently in Slamson.
Yes.
And if you're doing anything right now, Kings related, Beam.
Has to be the Beam.
Beam. Like you can't go wrong. Like
you can't
or
beam
you can
enough.
just leave what you've got.
Right.
But if you're going to try something, Beam related, right?
100%.
That would be my thought.
You backed into a gold mine.
Yeah, which would also counter, like, to the very beginning what you said of, like, you try something new, people are resistant. The Beam, I remember, I wouldn't say was resistant. People are like, I'm not sure. But now it couldn't be hotter.
It couldn't be hotter.
Yeah.
And you have and you should be having Beam-related uniforms, Beam-related mascots, Beam, everything Beam. It's not like Ben Stiller in that one movie saying bomb. I didn't need to do that. If I was working for the Kings, and I know some of them listen, so I am speaking to you. Hi, how are you? I think you've set it up, whether on purpose or not, and we all know it wasn't on purpose. I think you've actually set up kind of a cool thing. Here's what I would do. Slamson shipped Royale off to Cincinnati. Okay. Next City Connect game, it's the revenge of Royale. You've now set up a rivalry between your two mascots. And whether it's a Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner thing or however you want to play it out, obviously Slamson's the guy. He's the lion. He's got his paws all over everything. But I think you can play up Royale as kind of like the underdog. Nobody liked him at first, but now people are rallying behind him. And I would play to that. I would start skitting out these things and let Royale come back. And you know what? Maybe Slamson is in a little mailbox at some point somewhere. Now we got to figure it out.
So we have conflict, and then at some point they come together.
They resolve. At some point they unite.
And then they're just one force.
For exactly. They're one force, and Royale maybe Royale lives. He's Slamson's cousin from another mother.
He's got to come back for Slamson's birthday.
That's right.
When all the other mascots
He lives in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
But just like your cousin who visits from the Midwest,
holidays.
He comes out, he makes his appearances, he does his thing, and he goes away.
Yeah. Cup games,
special
games, whatever.
That's right. But you've got to play this. You have a storyline in front of you that you can play with. And by the way, save all the money on the mascot that you're throwing away. You can have fun. Listen to us. You can have fun with this. You just got to play it right. That's all I'm saying. Number 3, please.
Question 3.
All right. What are your guys' confidence level that the 49ers will make the playoffs? And what is your confidence that they'll do damage once they get there?
Honestly, man, my confidence level is I've been living off of copium all year in the whole, well, they'll do this till the bye, and then everyone will get healthy, and then, they'll start kicking butt and taking names. Well, that should have started yesterday, number 1. Yeah. Number 2, Jason, as Niner fans know what's even worse.
What's ahead?
You're now going to Lambeau.
That's not it, though.
That's
part of it.
Then you're going to Buffalo. The vaunted Lambeau 2-step. You got the Bears at home, the Rams at home. You go to Miami, and then you have the Lions and Cardinals. Now, listen. There is a path here. They go out and win in Green Bay. And by the way, that Green Bay team is beatable.
Oh, yeah.
They are beatable. Yeah. It's obviously the Bills game. You go out and you beat Green Bay. You beat the Bears at home. You beat the Rams at home. You beat the Dolphins on the road. You beat the Cardinals in Arizona at the end of the year. That's 5 wins. You're at 10-7. You're probably in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is. I'm not saying they're going to beat the. I don't have them beating the Bills in Buffalo, and I don't have them beating the Lions at home.
Yeah,
I think that is at this point a pseudo-realistic path.
Yeah.
But you got to win the games.
So this 2-part question that Kyle asked, the second part I'm more optimistic on, which was what kind of damage could they do if they get in? Yeah. That's the part. If they get in, their path is to win the division. I think the wild card teams are going to come from either Philly or Washington, whoever doesn't win, at least as of now. They've got a nice lead. And then we're looking at the NFC North might get the other 2 teams with Detroit right now, the leader of the division, but maybe Green Bay and Minnesota get in. So you've got one shot, and you got to win the West, and they're behind right now. They've got a really difficult schedule. So they've punted 3 games. You just can't do that.
No.
So I thought it wasn't even going to be an issue about this team making the playoffs. Now I'm really concerned about them making it. But the second part is if they do, they will have played better. They will have earned it. They will likely have won the division. And I do think they could do some damage.
Yes.
But I'm more nervous about them getting there.
This is a chip in a chair team. If they get in,
they'll be right at that point, I would think.
That you would think so. So I can 100% see an upside.
Mm-hmm.
I can 100% see the downside.
Yep.
And I think it's literally a coin flip as to which way they go.
And imagine the downside. If they don't make it, whatever that record is, you've got the massive quarterback decision, which I think you have to make.
Yes.
But this was the window with other guys being paid before your quarterback gets paid. Oh, man.
Not to mention Trent Williams is getting older.
Mm-hmm.
Deebo Samuel ain't earning that check. Brandon Ayuk's out, just got paid. Everyone's getting a year older, man.
Yep.
Also, from the text line as we break here, I do want to acknowledge this. Dave, you went from the copium to the Dream-a-meme. That's funny. You're probably right. Dave, you said you'd take the Steelers seriously if they beat the Ravens. Your thoughts? Absolutely. Hey, hats off to them. That's a hell of a win. And I did say that. And I do take the Steelers seriously now. I don't put them in that top rung of AFC contenders yet, but they do. I'm just saying there's the Chiefs and the Bills, right? And then I feel like there's everyone else.
To me, the Steelers are who the Jets think they are.
I think
they've got
think
a great defense,
I think that's a great,
and they find ways to win.
That's a great point. I think you're right. They have arguably the best defensive player in the game in TJ Watt. They are a smart, well-coached team with a hell of a defense.
They've won 2 games this year with Boswell making 6 field goals. No touchdowns. And the Ravens was one of them.
And and look, there are examples in the past of not great quarterbacks winning and or getting to Super Bowls on the basis of great defense and special teams and everything else and coaching. Whether it's no disrespect to Doug Williams with the old Redskins, whether it's Jim McMahon with the Bears, Rex Grossman, speaking of the Bears, getting them to a Super Bowl. There's even more recent examples.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Thank you. That's absolutely right. Trent Dilfer. Chris Winkie with the Carolina Panthers made it that way. Was it
Brad
Winkie?
Johnson?
Brad Johnson. Yeah, maybe it was Brad Johnson. I thought it was
Jake Delhomme.
Yeah. So you know, do I think they're the Bills or the Chiefs? I don't. Do I think they deserve a lot? This was a big test for them. And also, I think you got to be fair too, calling balls and strikes. Hey, Lamar, big game. Starting to get to a thing where we really got to have these conversations about Lamar Jackson. He's got to do some damage in the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
Because he's probably going to win another MVP. He should win another. If season ends today, he's still my MVP, and I think he wins the MVP. But at some point, it's like, bro, do you just this has got to be a psychological thing. Like at some point, it's you've done this pretty much every year, and you gotta you gotta do your thing. From the 916, the 49ers are last in their division. Is this what it feels like to be a Raider fan? Almost. It's very similar, except the Niners have talent, coaching, and a chance to do something this year. But everything else is the same.
Yeah. And last, technically, but also second, right? I mean,
on tiebreakers, they're technically last.
Yeah. But they play all those teams, so if they win, that won't matter. But they're right, I guess. That's fine.
But you keep the same energy. Hey, look, you're out of the playoffs, you're out of the playoffs. Much like American Energy will keep you all stacked up for the colder months with their $49 tune-up. Yeah, that's right. $49 is the tune-up. $119 is your regular price. $119 normally, but just $49 right now. And if your system's 10 years or older, the YouTube, this is great. They've got Royale as our we'll be right back graphic, and I don't want that to go anywhere. That is just fantastic.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle, for doing the thing right. Now, if your system's over 10 years old, that tune-up's free. Okay, so pay attention on. If they get out there and you need a repair, okay, $50 off your first repair. If you need a new furnace, it's half off. That's amazing. I mean, that's really an amazing deal, especially from a company that's been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A company that is A+ with the Better Business Bureau. They're just good peeps. Good peeps do good work. What more do you need? Get it done. Get them out to your pad. Don't wait for something to break down and have to pay a ton. Call 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy. Hey, making the uncomfortable comfortable. We'll take a break when we come back to Aaron Fox. Boy, did he De'Aaron Fox over the weekend. We'll talk about it next.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And now that the holidays are here, there is no better time than right now to head down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is back from now through January 2nd. You may say, Kyle, what is the Holiday Love Celebration? Well, let me tell you. At Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you can discover exceptional offers on a new Mercedes-Benz, like the 2025 GLC 300 SUV. It's just $559 a month for 36 months. They also have a full lineup of SUVs, vans, electric vehicles, and of course, certified pre-owned vehicles with rates as low as 2.99% APR up to 72 months on select vehicles. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton believes in the true Mercedes car buying experience. So make the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and see what a true car buying experience is really about. Or of course, you can go online at mbofstockton.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Well, someone wants a max extension.
Bet on himself, huh?
Ugh, say it with your chest, Aaron. Well, hold on. I thought that finger was.
We can't use that as an excuse.
Imagine if his finger was good. What we saw De'Aaron Fox do over. And by the way, see what happens tonight.
He might have to do it again. As of now, right? We already know.
No Monk, no DeRozan.
For sure. And then it's doubtful.
Doubtful for I don't think they'll play.
They don't play till Friday. It kind of makes sense.
I like the fact that, but also, I don't want to be unfair here. But again, I don't think it's being unfair when we brought it up numerous times. I get that we're only X amount of games into the season, but you already have 40% of your starting lineup down with back issues.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's unfair at all to compare it to connect that, or at least bring up the connection to the amount of minutes that were being played. We talked about it. It's eventually going to take its toll. Did they hurt their backs because of the minutes? Probably not. Especially a guy like DeRozan, who led the league in minutes last year. Like, this is what he does. But it ain't going to get better. It's not like they can both get backiotomies. You have two of your guys going down with basically the same thing. You're already missing Monk. The Monk thing was a fluke. But I think it's something that needs to be aware of when we talk about all the things that are connected, the lack of depth, which forces these guys to play a ton of minutes because the bench can't hit the side of a barn. And now you got DeRozan and Sabonis out God knows how long. Backs, you can't screw with backs. They could both be back, no pun intended, this week. They could both be out another month. Like, I don't think they will be, but we don't know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's incumbent on De'Aaron Fox to really pick up the slack, and boy, has he.
Yeah, we didn't know he'd have to do what he did, the historical performance on Friday, and it just kept going. Like, Sabonis left the game and then went into the locker room, and everyone's going, oh, my goodness, what's going on here? He did come back, but for De'Aaron to do what he did just quarter by quarter, it was just a consistent production, and then he got to that fourth and scored 20, and that comeback was, sometimes you can feel it. I didn't going into that game. Like, Fox was already having a really good game.
Sure.
He had 34 points going into the fourth, and they were down 20 late third, down 16 going to the fourth. You thought, well, honestly, it didn't even feel like Sacramento played poorly. That, to me, was more of an homage to Minnesota. I'm like,
that's right.
We knew they would get a good version of him. They had lost 3 in a row. I thought Ant was great. Just the whole crew. I'm like, man, I don't think the Kings are playing poorly, but they're getting outplayed, though.
Right.
And then, boom, here's this huge run to start the fourth quarter, and it was on, and it was really something fantastic to see. And in all of that, Dave, I keep thinking about this possession with 90 seconds to go when they caught him, passed him, up 4, got to stop with the ball, and they're like one possession from knocking him out. And nobody wanted to shoot.
Nope.
And it eventually ended in Lyle's hands, and he had to. I don't blame him. He missed. That's fine. You miss shots. They go down on the other end, foul Ant. It's an and one from maybe up 6-7. It's a 1-point game.
Right.
You miss again. Ant hits another 3. You're now down 2. Actually thought they were going to lose in regulation. They still found a way to force overtime, but it would have been one of the great wins they ever had they been able to get 6. Well, they wouldn't have had 60. Let's say they had 54 from De'Aaron,
right,
and a win. That would have been incredible.
Well,
but they had 60 nonetheless, which was also incredible, because now you're not only talking about sack era record, all-time record, but the number of people in the history of the league that have made 60 is a pretty small list.
All Hall of Famers, I believe. And what's funny, sort of, is if it wasn't for a season low in free throw percentage against Utah, De'Aaron Fox has 50.
Yeah.
He has 49, and he missed 5.
Yeah,
free
3
throws.
of the last 4, too,
Yeah,
I think.
that's probably legs.
Yeah.
It's probably legs.
So what a weekend for him. What a 2-day.
The NBA also announced, and I bring this up just because we always bring it up on the other side. We always try to call balls and strikes here. The NBA announced Sunday that in a 4-point win over the Jazz, the Kings benefited from not 1, but 2 blown calls in the final 2 minutes. The first call came when Utah had the ball leading 116-115 with $1:23 left in regulation. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Jordan McLaughlin tripped Lauri Markkanen above the arc, causing Lauri to stumble out of the play. League says that should have been a foul. Jazz up 1 with 1:23 left. The foul gets called. They go to the line.
Yeah.
I assume they were in the bonus there. That's interesting. Oh, they were in the bonus. Excuse me. Instead, Jordan Clarkson rushed a 3-point shot, hit the backboard with 5 on the 24. Kevin Huerter got the rebound. With 50.3 seconds left in regulation and 9 seconds on the shot clock, Colin Sexton was dribbling above the arc and around a screen from John Collins when Fox poked the ball free from behind for a steal. The NBA ruled, however, that Fox made contact with Sexton's dribbling hand and prevented him from retaining possession. Ironically, Fox drew a shooting foul against Sexton after the ball exchanged hands, made 1 of 2 to give the Kings a 119-116 lead. Now, I'm not saying that the refs gave the Kings the game.
Right. But that helped.
That was helpful.
Yeah, that's true. That helped.
Josh, good morning.
How's it going, guys?
Good, brother.
I think that, Fox had a huge couple games. It was awesome to see, but how sustainable is that? Is he going to have to do that every night with Sabonis being out, Monk being out, DeRozan being out? It seemed like we've been struggling in the third quarter. It gets exciting. We come back, who's going to step up off the bench and kind of be the guy, and who could do something similar to what Domas can do, or if someone doesn't step up, I just think that it's not sustainable what he's doing to have to put up numbers like that every night in their absence.
I completely agree, Josh. First, I think it's more sustainable than we might be thinking. He ain't going to put up 109 every 2 games. Don't get me wrong. But do I think De'Aaron Fox could go on a 10, 20-game streak and average above 30 a game? I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I think he's capable of that.
30 is different to ask than 40.
Absolutely.
40 and 50,
Absolutely.
right? But I think, like tonight, I would think De'Aaron has to live in that 30 range.
Yes.
But he asked who else? Like Lyles had, 17? Huerter had 18 in the game. Like, I think the night Fox had 60, there was really no one else.
No.
I mean, De'Aaron almost had half of the points, which is unheard of. So, yeah, De'Aaron probably has to live north of 30. But, yeah, Huerter, Keegan, Lyles, it can't be an 8 or a 6-point night from those guys. They need to be in double figures.
The problem is that, look, the primary crux of Minnesota's defense comes down low. Obviously, the 4-time defensive player of the year, Rudy Gobert, but they're a good defensive team. Utah is not a good defensive team, especially on the perimeter. At some point, De'Aaron's going to come up against I'll use Dyson Daniels because he's just killing it right now. But a Drew Holiday type that's going to challenge him. At some point, these teams are going to say, okay, we can't let De'Aaron Fox beat us. And with DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis out right now, or if just one of them are out, okay, somebody else has to step up.
Yeah, I feel like I can't believe Utah didn't do it, but like the night the Kings played Phoenix last week, and it was Booker because Durant and Beal were out. Oh. They did a great job on Booker, someone else. And Okogie had 20-something, and a few other guys did well. But the Kings won and won comfortably. If Atlanta tonight can limit De'Aaron in some way, it's going to be really difficult for the Kings to win.
The only way that, in my opinion, they have any chance at limiting De'Aaron Fox. Well, first off, Fox is going to have to be off on his own. That's just he's going to have to limit himself a little bit by being off. Secondly, Dyson Daniels is arguably the best on-ball defender in the game right now. He's averaging 4 steals a game. His numbers he's putting up right now are insane. If the season ended today, not only is the NBA all first-team defense, but he's in he wouldn't win it, but he's in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. I am over the moon excited for this matchup. I can't imagine a situation where they're putting Trae Young on De'Aaron Fox. Me too. But to see Dyson Daniels, and by the way, he's 21.
Right.
This kid is a badass, and I'm really curious to see if this is one of those. Okay, Daniels is the real deal. He's going to slow Fox down. Not that tonight would make that difference, or if it's one of De'Aaron's like, all right, Rook, not Rook, but all right, kid.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Terror Dome.
But, I'll go to the 60 with a De'Aaron scored. That's Jalen McDaniels, who's a really good defender. Long, lengthy. They put Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Ant. Gobert's in there in the middle. Like, just the defensive principles. They were number 1 defense last year. So that was pretty amazing what he did to them.
I think it's up to you.
Okay.
What happens tonight?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, De'Aaron's going to score 40+.
Bring your A game.
I will.
We'll take a break. When we come back, the Kings do split the weekend. Get on the phone right now at 1-800-920-1140. 1-800-920-1140 for the Jiffy Lube drive of the game. Frankie will join us at 8. Our Sacktown Sports Kings Insider. We're right back after this.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Carmichael Dave with a simple question. What are you thankful for this year? So many things to consider, but one thing we can all agree on is a well-running vehicle to get you where you need to go each and every day. Jiffy Lube would like to say thank you to all their customers this November. Whether a weekend road trip to Lake Tahoe or your daily commute to work, Jiffy Lube has you covered. Serving the greater Sacramento area since 1984. Visit jiffylube.com today to find a location near you, generous oil change coupons, and more. Happy Thanksgiving and holiday driving from Jiffy Lube.
Don't you deserve healthcare you can count on? Well, you can count on United Healthcare with Medicare plans that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. You can enjoy reliable coverage and low out-of-pocket costs with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, made for California, trusted everywhere. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy, Kyle Draper. Equip your staff with top-notch uniforms, professionally cleaned and delivered weekly to your workplace by Alsco Uniforms, proud sponsors of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. Our services include uniforms, towels, floor mats, mops, first aid supplies, and restroom essentials to uphold cleanliness and safety standards in your business. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco uniforms. Visit alsco.com to learn more. Again, visit alsco.com.
Hi, everybody. Jay Leno here. You know, I love doing live stand-up comedy. No politics, no lectures. I'm not giving you my opinion on every issue of the day. Just nothing but jokes. So come by, check it out, and we'll have a lot of fun. Oh, it's clean, too.
Jay Leno live on stage with special guest Arsenio Hall. Saturday, March 29th, on stage at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. Tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Come on by. Check out the show.
The Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold. This Sunday night at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys. Riding an endless summer wave into 2024. Buy your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold, live.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Also, unshout out to CBS.
CBS.
What gas bag dingle dong goof butt? Sorry to use such foul language.
Oof.
I know. I had to get it out. Thought Raiders Dolphins should be the game you show in the morning window instead of Steelers Ravens. Why? And save your
that
whole.
That was the game here?
That was the game here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And that's not me soliciting people to remind me that you can buy the NFL Sunday ticket. I'm aware you can buy the NFL. I'm honestly really aware of it. I'm not spending $300 and God knows what on the Sunday ticket. My team is on every single day, every single game, the Niners. There's no reason for me to do it other than things like this, which is not worth. I'm not going to pay $300 for 2 games a year that the networks don't show. I have the Niners and I have Red Zone, which I pay $10 a month for. And that is enough for me, with exceptions like yesterday. And I just don't, I understand. There are Raider fans here. I get it. But not only.
But they don't show the Raiders every week.
No. And on top of that.
And this is the time to not show the Raiders.
That's what I'm saying. If the Raiders were, I'm not trying to talk garbage here. I'm not trying to poke the bear.
Yeah.
If the Raiders were doing well, hell, if the Raiders were 500, okay, fine. I still think it should have been this is the co-main event of the day. This is certainly the main event of the morning window. To go with Chiefs Bills in the afternoon. And I understand Chiefs Bills we all got Chiefs Bills, but I also understand that not being flexed out because the networks do have some say on what is and isn't flexed out. And that certainly should have been the Sunday night game in a perfect world. It wasn't. That's fine. But at least we got to watch it.
Yeah.
To not be able to watch that game.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. I went right to Red Zone and knew the Niners were at 1. So I was like, wow.
Yeah, welcome to my world, Dave, because as someone who roots for Kansas City, there have been a number of times where it's like Kansas City versus the Bengals, 125, and you're getting Raiders Broncos.
Yeah, I hear you, but number one, wait, why are you a Kansas City guy?
He likes Mahomes.
Just let's not do this right now.
Why not? I don't know.
His team left his city.
Yeah, I got Oakland A's, and so...
So when the Chargers left?
Yes, when the Chargers left.
When did the Chargers leave?
2016. Well, January of 2017. 2016 was the last year for the Chargers. And then I didn't really watch football the next year, and then Mahomes came around, and he and Tyreek Hill were on my fantasy team, and he threw 50 touchdowns in that first year, and so I was like, I'm going to root for this guy now, and it's been great.
So hold on here. So... 2016, you said the Chargers left?
January of 2017.
Okay, all right. So 2018, and then you said you took a couple years off?
Just basically 1 year. Like 2017, I didn't really root for anyone. I wanted the Falcons to win the Super Bowl, but they obviously blew a 28-3 lead. But yeah, basically just took a year off from rooting for a team. And then 2018, Patrick Mahomes, rookie season.
And why did Patrick Mahomes draw you his rookie year?
Because he threw no-look touchdown passes, and that was the year he won MVP and had like 50 touchdowns. Was making no-look passes.
Did he win the MVP his rookie year?
No, not as well. It was
his first season, but
that's right, because he played
his
one
year,
game the year before.
His first year as quarterback, he won league MVP, and I won a fantasy championship that year with him and Tyreek Hill, and it was fun. And I got the jersey that I still have, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna root for this guy.
All right, let me see here.
And it's been great. 6 years, fantastic.
Yeah, 6 years, and the Chiefs have been in the Super Bowl for 4 of them. They've won 3 titles.
Yes, and they have won more playoff games in 6 years than the entire 60-year history of the Chargers.
So you have a bye in the sense that you were orphaned.
Yes.
We'll acknowledge that. Or being orphaned is a thing. But, it'd be like, a lot of Raider fans are probably screaming right now, well, hold on a second. We went from Oakland to L.A. to Oakland and now to Vegas, and we're still Raider fans, and your team moved, less than an hour north.
Well, that's not true. It's about 3.5 hours.
From San Diego to L.A.?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was like an hour.
It's more now.
To Orange County, it's like an hour and a half. I also grew up further south. Also, I'm not in like Oceanside.
You grew up further south of San Diego?
No, further south than like North County, San Diego, where it is like an hour to Orange County.
My wife lived in Oceanside. But you also went from your team, lifelong team?
Sure. I mean, a lifelong 10 years.
Yeah. To the Chiefs, who've. I'm trying to get a ruling in my own head. Is that bandwagoning? Because you became a Chiefs fan,
they hadn't won the Super Bowl yet.
They hadn't won the Super Bowl
well,
yet.
So this is one of the benefits of rooting for Kansas City is that Kansas City also gets to embarrass the Chargers, and I still even though I don't care at all about Chargers results, I very much revel in them being embarrassed because they have their own John Fisher in Dean Spanos, and anytime he gets embarrassed, it is quite wonderful.
So on one hand, you have Raider fans who follow the Raiders and the Raider brand to different cities. But then you have that your team moved north and you went, screw that, and you adopted a team that you don't really have any ties to other than, you like the player. And basically the Steph Curry of football. I've called him that before.
Yeah. At least that's how it started out.
Really in the middle on this one. I instinctively want to hammer you. Don't isolate that. But I also kind of get it. Because it'd be one thing if he did adopt him his rookie year.
Look, I'll say this too. Like, it's an impossible situation when your community is ripped out from you. I still have people I grew up with who still root for the Chargers and still want the Chargers to win, even though they're in Los Angeles. It's just everyone kind of grieves in their own way and everyone kind of processes it in different ways.
Chargers versus Chiefs in the AFC Championship this year. You're rooting Chiefs?
Well, of course. I genuinely do not care for the Chargers anymore. I am a happier, healthier human being because I am a 7-year recovering Chargers fan.
I'm just trying to plug this in with me, because we all try to personalize it. Kings moved to Seattle. When was the Warriors' first championship?
2015. Well, 15-16. No, 14-15 season.
It would have been right after
Kings
that.
moved. I mean, it would be very similar.
Yeah.
Kings moved to Seattle, and then I adopt the Warriors as my team.
I think that's a good example because there wasn't a natural rivalry in the past between those two teams. Like Kansas City played the Chargers.
And even more geographically, they're the closest team.
I remember, the first time the Warriors made it that year that we're talking about against, I'm like, oh yeah, go. I was like, that could be us. I'm rooting for them. And then they kept getting, I'm like, yeah, I'm not rooting for them anymore.
God, it's like right now I'd kick my own ass if I did that. But back then it would be kind of justified.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, I'm not going to hop off the bandwagon. They're winning.
Then you stay with them.
Well, and that's kind of how it's evolved over time. Is I was like,
but are you a Chiefs fan for life now? Or are you a Chiefs fan until they start sucking and then you'll find another
team? The interesting thing, I don't know. I have gone back and forth about this because I've rooted for losers my entire life, and the fact that I now have the greatest winner like maybe in the history of the NFL when you're talking about just this 6-year time frame. Like they've won as many games as the first Patriots run. They've been to as many Super Bowls, won back to back for the first time since the Patriots. Like the fact that I'm in this, I'm thinking like it will never get better than this, right? Like this 6-year run, I could root for sports my entire life. I could bandwagon teams, I could jump, and it will never get better than this. So I'm kind of going back and forth on like, should I just walk away on top or do I just root for whoever the next Kansas City person is?
I feel like you have to stick with Kansas City.
I've
like
gone
if 5 years from now or 10 years from now you're Houston Texans fan, I don't know.
Well, I think it's probably going to be 10 years from now.
That is kind of wagon jumping if you do that. I don't want to make you do time for something you haven't done yet.
I think at that point, I might just quit. I might just be like, I might just stop watching the NFL after that. I'm like, it's in terms of fandom, it's never, ever going to get better.
Yeah, but you can't really stop watching the NFL, right? How are you going to do that?
I mean, maybe I'll be 40 and I'll decide that I've had enough of this sports thing and I'll go do something else.
It's the opposite. When you're 40, you
lock in.
You lock in, dude. That's when generally, maybe not for you, but generally that's when the family starts rolling in, the honey-do lists. That's where you need football because it gives you a day off.
I don't know. To answer your first question, I do not know. We'll see what happens 10 years from now. I'm just going to enjoy all the winning and all of the success while it's here.
Gen 6 Loco on the chat says, no respect for Chiefs fans, mostly bandwagon fans. Gen 6 Loco has weighed in.
Well, we've given you all the nuance of how and why I'm a bandwagoner, and I think any and all criticism is fair, but I've stuck it out this long.
Homeschooled Ninja says, cut this man's mic. Well, Kyle's just answering the questions he's being asked. As I take a ill-advised on-screen phone call. Good morning.
Hey, Dave. What's up, fellas?
Hey.
So I thought Dave said you're going to drop the hammer on him. You should have dropped the hammer.
You think? I don't know. I'm really help me out because
you got to. He has a good fantasy season, so you're waiting. Like, you know what? He's doing pretty good. I'm gonna go for this team. You know, it's too easy of a transition. And then he said he rooted for losers his whole life. The Chargers have great teams, great players for a while back. They went to how many AFC championships games? I think 2 or 3. Phillip Rivers. You know, or was it just one?
It was just one because they always would flame out in the playoffs every year.
You know, there's a lot of Raider fans out there who would kill to go to one.
True.
You know,
his team left him. So look, I'm willing to give the orphan card because his team left, and so it's like, okay, so you are an NFL orphan. The thing that's bothering me, the reason why I've got like the hammer in my hand and I want to drop it. But what bothers me is that he grabbed Mahomes his rookie year before playoff success and Super Bowl. So
it was technically Mahomes' second year.
But he played one game.
But I went through the torment of that overtime loss to New England in the AFC Championship game. I've earned my stripes.
Oh, shut up. Now you're screwing yourself here. I'm trying. Yeah, that's not helping.
Yeah, I know.
That's not helping at all.
But I did stick it out for that one heartbreaking loss where Mahomes lost the coin toss and Brady went down and beat him.
You know, I just think it's too easy of a transition. There's got to be more to it.
More pain.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. Like Dave said it earlier, you know, the Raiders went to Vegas, LA and back, you know, I'm an A's fan, you know, so I've considered switching, you know, after the whole, the move. I mean, they'll be up in Sac, you know, I followed Carmichael Dave on Twitter, so a lot of the thing is kind of it's cool that they're close, but it's still kind of a sour kind of thing, you know, looking back, especially what happened with the Kings and almost Seattle thing. But I don't know, it's just too easy, you know. You just jump ship and you're winning all these Super Bowls, and you know, it's like you're like the kid on the bench who on the really good team. You didn't do anything to earn it.
So your ruling is poser.
Yeah, you're on the bandwagon. You're riding it, having a good time. You're driving the bandwagon, brother.
Okay, all right. Hey, look, that's one man's opinion. Should affect Kyle. Kyle do his thing.
Yeah.
Kyle's an individual. Kyle does not care what the what the masses say. I've seen a lot of his pants. He is fine. He is his own man, and I'm behind him for that. But we'll take a break. When we come back, Frankie, Sacktown Sports Kings Insider, joins us. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox more next.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body?
Carmichael Dave here from my good friends at American Energy. Cool weather, if not cold weather, is in our future. You know that. It'll eventually get there, and American Energy wants to make sure your system is operating safely and properly. So now is the time to take advantage of the $49 fall tune-up inspection. That's regularly $119, but includes a full safety and duct inspection. And if your system's over 10 years old, it's free. The tune-up is on American Energy. Give them a call right now. They're offering $50 off your first recommended repair, or if you need a new furnace, that's half off the price of a new unit. American Energy been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You can check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote. That's theaeway.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
I see Frankie. He's there. He's ready to go as we start the 8 o'clock hour here. Jason Ross, Carmichael Dave, and Frankie Cardicelli. Frankie, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Jason, and I'm sure Dave in a moment. And Kyle. Good morning, guys. Happy Monday.
Bring the boom. That's what we do.
I thought we'd get by that with Verlaud being gone, but I should have known.
Not while it's just you and Jason together.
I should have known
We do
better.
bring the boom. We do bring the boom.
Do we?
Dave, say hi to Frankie.
Hey, Frankie.
Hi, Dave. How you doing, man?
Been better, been worse. How are you?
I think same. But Kings basketball tonight, so there we go.
Kings Hawks, right here, Sacktown Sports. You got to witness history. How'd that feel?
Pretty I think we're all kind of still trying to grasp what happened. Had a lot of family in for that game, and some not really privy to what a 60-point game means. Had to explain, that is not something you're probably going to see again. But I think that 24-hour period is kind of just a reminder of. I think De'Aaron Fox, as any sports star, is going to be on the receiving end of some criticism sometimes, or some negative comments. I think that right now, at a time where the Kings are really playing with bare bones here, it's kind of getting back to what we saw from De'Aaron Fox for the past couple of years, and what we've seen in Sacramento, really going back to even the DeMarcus Cousins, period, where one player is literally putting a team on its back and just doing what he can every night. Never seen anything like this before. Not even then, obviously. So I think it's a special time, one that I think that De'Aaron Fox and the Kings would rather not have to go through, which is having De'Aaron Fox be their focal point on offense every single possession. But seeing 109 points over 24 hours is a reminder that he's a very special player.
And the fact, Frankie, that they actually got a win. I mean, I know everybody's kind of bummed that they didn't get the win when he scored 60, but the amount of personnel that was missing, specifically really Saturday, to still get the split, I know it's not the best result, but it could have been a lot worse, and they're going to play likely again without a lot of firepower tonight, and not now knowing they don't play till Friday. So they might need De'Aaron to do this maybe one more time tonight. Yeah,
it does seem like, it's not coincidence that they have 3-4 off days after tonight's game. And, all accounts what I've been hearing is that the injuries that were suffered are not serious. I think that if it was the quote unquote, if it was a playoff game, X player would play. I think that for some of those guys, it definitely would be the case. But that doesn't change the fact that it's early in the year. And this is a team that has played its starters the most minutes out of any team in the league right now. I think I come on every week and say that, 3 or 4 players are included in the NBA's top 10 minutes list. I think right now they're down to 2, which is better than last week. I think they had 4 last week. So they're getting
just 2 of them are hurt.
2 of them are hurt. Exactly. But hey, Dave, you take the wins where you take the wins here.
Right.
They're getting rest and recovering early at an early point in the year. I mean, this isn't March, February, March, where they're in the thick of the playoff race. It's November. So having guys that are dealing with nagging issues this is the time to kind of deal with it. And De'Aaron Fox, we know as well, is not 100% healthy. He's been pretty open about the fact that he's playing through a finger/hand injury, something that he said will not heal if he has, a month of downtime, I think is the quote he's been saying. That's not going to happen. And we're seeing him having to work more and more. So I think it's coming at a good time, and maybe we could see some of those players start coming back one by one, or maybe a couple on Friday. But it is just kind of something that you look at and say, this is what they have, and they're still they're finding a way to get it done with what they have. And kind of a tip of the cap to Mike Brown, who I think has also been under fire for his rotations and still has to work through a lot when his main guys come back. But he pieced it together the other night against Utah, and with some rotations that kind of were wild to see in real time, and ones that probably shouldn't be seen a lot going forward in the season. Otherwise, there'll be some real problems. But he made it work, and he might have to do it again one more time tonight.
Frankie, unfair to connect the top 4 in minutes with 40% of your starting lineup being out for back issues?
I mean, I think it definitely influences it somewhat. I mean, I think that, but at the same time, it's like, this is what they have, and that's the problem. They're having to play these guys 40 plus minutes per game in these tight games. And that doesn't help also that they've played a lot of tight games so far early this year, and they've had to keep going back to Sabonis and back to DeRozan, have Fox play heavy minutes. Keegan Murray seems like he hasn't come off the floor all year. That has to do a lot with the fact that they're in close games, but also, like we continue to talk about, the main issue is the depth of this roster. It's not where it needs to be a true playoff contender, one that hopefully this team hopes can go past the first round for the first time in 20 years. I feel like the current depth right now just is not there, and we get reminded of that every given night. So tonight will be the latest reminder when we see players, and it's nothing against them, but seeing players like Isaac Jones or Orlando Robinson, Jordan McLaughlin, I think, who can play a key piece for this team at some point. He had a big shot the other night, but you want to have your main guys playing, but not 40 plus minutes per game, and you want to have a stronger sense of depth with it, which I think will have to be addressed before February's trade deadline.
So, Frankie, I know the last couple of weeks between you or whether we're talking to Brendan, we've talked about those two issues being the biggest so far have been depth concerns or bench play, let's say, and shooting. And shooting has been a problem, but lately it's been better. Is this kind of a market correction, or what do you think? Or what is your thought process on now how they've shot better the last couple of games?
Yeah, I think it's kind of starting to sway towards that market correction type of fix. They're 43% over the past 3 games, and that happens when you have players like Kevin Huerter, who's been knocking down shots, Trey Lyles, who's been the Trey Lyles I think a lot of us have been accustomed to the past 2 years. He's averaging 13 points per game on 44% from 3 over the past 5 games. So that's more of the Trey Lyles that the Kings fans are used to seeing, and that's a huge part of the bench. When you have this current group as is, your starting 5 has been great, but you really only are getting production out of Malik Monk in that second unit, and even he was a little shaky to begin the year. He wasn't in his true form from last year or the year prior. So you really need to have someone step up in that second unit, and Trey Lyles has been doing that for the Kings. And credit to him, credit to Jordan McLaughlin, who, like I mentioned a second ago, what ended up being the go-ahead or maybe game-winning shot, that corner 3 late against Utah. He's picked it up in light of these injuries too. So I think the 3-point shooting, to me, was always going to be there. They have too many good shooters, and we'll see if Keegan Murray can figure it out. He really has been someone, since even going back to last year, has not really been the 3-point shooter that he was in his first year. Playing a different type of basketball, obviously. He's not just a spot up, strictly DHO type of player anymore. He's trying to kind of create on his own sometimes. So he's still kind of on that learning curve, but they have a lot of good shooters. De'Aaron Fox shooting the basketball well the past couple of games too, obviously. 6 of 10 from 3 on Friday, 3 of 4 on Saturday. So to me, they're going to be there right now, 25th in 3-point shooting percentage. But I still look at them as a middle of the pack 3-point shooting team and a dominant paint team.
When we look at De'Aaron Fox's performance on Friday, that's 60 points. I want to look at it as a lot of people got out of the way for him. But I think it would be unfair also not to say, guys, where are you? Sabonis played 40 minutes. And by the way, I'm not criticizing. 23 and 14 doesn't suck, or 23 and 12. Keegan 14 and 10. But you had, 4 points from Huerter. You had okay contributions off the bench. I know we want to focus on the good with De'Aaron Fox, but did the teammates let him down on Friday?
If you want to look at it that way, I guess they did somewhat. They didn't get much out of Kevin Huerter. They didn't get enough out of Keegan Murray. They didn't get enough out of Keon Ellis's minutes, who had a pretty tough game that night. And I think you can look at the fact that they're playing an elite defense and really 2 elite defenders. Granted, 2 defenders that Fox didn't have any trouble with. But that's not an excuse to having anyone else kind of pick it up and contribute a little more in crunch time. It really was De'Aaron Fox or nothing. And that's something that we've seen a lot over the years, not as much in recent years, but definitely not this year. With having DeMar DeRozan, who really has put the Kings on his back in these kind of late game situations more so, De'Aaron got even pretty quick in those fourth quarter point statistics and over the past couple of games. I can't remember what he had in the fourth quarter on Friday. I think it was around 20 points. He had 13 the other night against Utah. It's kind of just back to that situation where if it's not going to be De'Aaron Fox, who is it going to be? That player, if it's not DeMar DeRozan on the floor, has yet to establish himself. Again, you kind of look at the fact that it's Fox, Malik Monk, and DeMar DeRozan. Those are kind of your guys who are those ISO ball late game scorers, or guys that can kind of self-create at the end of games. You're down 2 of them. So when you don't have either of those guys alongside Fox, it really is kind of, can Fox create? Can you get into the paint? Can you free up a shooter enough to get open? And even that's him creating that scenario. So they need some help in these situations. And hopefully this isn't a roster that will look the same come Friday in Los Angeles. Hopefully you get guys like DeRozan and Sabonis back. I know Malik needs probably 1 more week before they can see where he's at and put him through practice or workouts. But having even one of those players back at this point would be huge, because the Kings aren't used to playing many games without Domantas Sabonis, and that's been De'Aaron Fox's partner in crime the past 2+ seasons. So different look, and they're trying to kind of figure it out on the fly.
Frank, yeah, back to De'Aaron too on the 2-game stretch, the 60, then the 49. And Dave said this earlier, and I think he's right. Like, I don't know how any other way to put it. It wasn't in a sense where De'Aaron got the 60 because, man, he made 14 threes and was doing stuff we've never seen him do. It all felt very much like any other game De'Aaron did. It just was supersized in the fact that he continued to score and he continued to get to the foul line, but he didn't do anything in my mind besides the absurd number that we haven't seen him do. So how can he still become that spectacular player when DeRozan is back, when Sabonis is back, and getting all the best of all of them, knowing that, you know, De'Aaron at times can crank it up and go for close to 50, if not 60.
I mean, it's just a matter of kind of finding that fit with that offense. And De'Aaron Fox's assist numbers are very high to begin the year. I think he had a couple double-doubles, which double-doubles really aren't De'Aaron Fox's game. He's capable of doing them, but usually he's trying to score the ball so much that it just kind of takes away those assist opportunities. But I think to be honest, he needs to show more, which is crazy to say when DeRozan and Sabonis are on the floor. I think Fox needs to kind of take more initiative and take his own shots when he's feeling like he's rolling. I think that he is a good teammate, a good team player, and he's finding DeRozan, who it's paid off. DeRozan's a 23, 24 point per game scorer so far this year, and someone who's been, you know, one of the main reasons why they're 8-6 right now. But Fox is showing that he's able to get to those spots, specifically in the mid range and the paint. That's one thing that he really did a great job of. The other night, he mentioned against Utah, he didn't take a three in the second half. He kind of went with what was working, which was getting into the paint. He's so creative with that mid-range jumper and freeing himself up, getting to the free throw line. He wasn't settling for threes, which I think a lot of people yell and clamor for not to settle for threes. Just because Fox has become a respectable three-point shooter doesn't mean he should take away what's most valuable of his game, which is getting into the paint, which is using his quickness to get free. We saw him toy around with Colin Sexton the other night. There's a video that's been circulating of that one play where he just did whatever he wanted to get Sexton in the air and draw the foul. Not many players in the NBA can do that. I know we've seen the James Hardens, which we've all talked about how excruciating it is to watch those old Sixers games when it was Harden and Embiid on the same team. But those are the type of players who are MVP winning all-star level type talents who can demand that attention from the defense. DeMar DeRozan is another player who can do that. So I think it's going to be a matter of Fox just taking those situations into his own hands and, having an understanding among the offense that maybe it's DeRozan's night, maybe it's Fox's night, but, there's going to be spots for each of those players, which, is going to be something they have to navigate, but it's a good problem to have. You have two of the clutchest late game scorers in the game right now, and they both have been playing at a high level when they're on the floor this year.
And is that really kind of where it falls on Mike Brown as being the maybe most important part of this team? We've talked about it from the beginning, and you just said it. Some nights it's DeRozan's night, sometimes it's Fox's night, and that's fine because sometimes it's Tatum's night and sometimes it's Jaylen Brown's night, and they just won a championship. But Fox ain't scoring six. He's not scoring 109 in 2 games if DeRozan's playing. We know that. And if there is an upside to DeRozan being out, it's that it clearly frees up the offense to do some things they don't normally do. Now, can Fox and DeRozan alternate and not lose Keegan and Herter and Sabonis in the mix? Does Mike Brown have to do a better job? I shouldn't say better job, but does Mike Brown have to sort out having 2 superstar-style scorers on the team, but also making sure that maybe a guy like Domantas Sabonis is the one that's the focal point of running the offense?
Yeah, I mean, that's something they're going to have to figure out. And I think we only saw, 9 games, I think, of this full roster before DeRozan went down and Monk went down. So that's the hard part. There's not much time to practice and work these things out on the fly. This week actually is going to be a huge week for the Kings because I know that they're planning on, I think Mike mentioned them probably taking a day off again tomorrow, which they probably should, having guys like DeRozan and Sabonis going through injuries, Fox with his hand. So I think that's something they're going to have to work through throughout the course of the season. But we're talking about nearing the game 20 mark, a quarter of a season gone, where they're going to have Malik Monk, everybody back, knocking on wood here about nothing else popping up. But that's something they have to figure out for sure. But also, I think that it's not really, might sound crazy. It's as simple as knocking down shots. A lot of guys like Keegan Murray they've had a lot of open looks. Kevin Herter, who has been, streaky, as many shooters are, but streaky to begin the year, settling in a little bit here. But to me, it seems like they're getting a lot of good looks, and they're just not knocking them down for the most part. Keon Ellis, Trey Lyles, that bench unit has been super inconsistent so far. So I think that we haven't really seen the full form of this Kings team yet, which is good, or it could be scary because they could be in a situation where it's later in the year and you have to hit the ripcord pretty quick and figure things out, very quickly when we're talking about the deadline in February. But they have the weapons to be effective. They have the offense to be effective. The defense even is in the top half of the league this year. There's a lot of good here. The main issue really is the 3-point shooting. And like I said, I do think that's going to level out. And the larger issue, the more glaring issue, the rotation, it should be resolved by February. And if it's not, we're going to be seeing these guys continue to play a lot of minutes.
Frank, you want to ask you about just kind of where they are schedule-wise, too. I mean, it's been quirky. This whole homestand is playing a team that they've already played, like tonight. They're going to play the Hawks again for the second time, so they'll be done with them. They've already finished with Toronto. That was the second game with the Jazz. They've played Minnesota a couple times. They played Phoenix twice. It's been a little bit weird here at the beginning of the season. So kind of with all that, paired with all the stuff we've said, what is your thoughts on this matchup tonight with Atlanta that had won a couple in a row before losing last night? They're on the second night of a back-to-back. So what do you think about Kings and Hawks tonight?
Yeah, there's been a little bit of balance there. I kind of was looking at that too, the fact that it does seem like they're trying to mix around them back-to-backs better. And, that weird trip the Kings did have, though, from Atlanta to – or was it Toronto back to Atlanta? Just, the geographic standpoint. I mean, I know the flights are short and people are mapping that out, but the travel's been weird. But looking at Atlanta, last game of a 4-game homestand, the Kings have been, putting a lot of emphasis on playing at home this year. And they go on a brief road trip and then come back. So it's a matchup that we're looking at 2 top 5 paint defense teams here. The Kings, I think it's surprising, which surprised me this morning to find they're top 5 in points in the paint defense per game. Atlanta's right there with them, but that's the Clint Capella effect, who isn't defensive player of the year type of talent, but a guy who can really kind of get in there and make people uncomfortable. Fox is going to be someone who's going to have to probably take 25 plus shots again tonight. So I wonder if he's going to be looking to attack the paint or settle more for those 3 that we talked about. But it's a team that can definitely get going at any time. They have Trey Young, someone who is in a similar position where they're dealing with some injuries and he's seeing some more volume. Doesn't look like Bogdan Bogdanovic is going to be a player tonight for them, but it's an easy look at this game and say a game in a team that the Kings should beat. But this is obviously everything's out the door with this current Kings roster with DeRozan and Monk and Sabonis probably not playing. So kind of looking at it as I looked at the Utah game, see what Mike Brown can do with this rotation, see who can step up this time around. And it might take another 40-plus night from Fox, but hopefully for his sake, it won't, and he can get more of a collective effort from who's on the floor tonight. But I still look at it as a game the Kings should win. They can't really turn their nose up at any kind of competition this year just because of injuries. A lot of teams are currently dealing with injuries, but the schedule as a whole doesn't look like it's been too grueling from a matchup standpoint, and that's something the Kings should take advantage of.
Soon to be Father Frank joining us week in and week out. Sac Sports Kings Insider. Appreciate you, Frankie. Have fun at the game tonight. Let's get a win and light the beam, brother.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care. That is our Frankie Cardicelli. We'll take a break. When we come back, 4 Down territory. Best week, worst week, team, individual. We've also got Steven on line 1. Your phone calls at 1-800-912-1140. And an idea from MC in the chat line that I'm just not quite sure about. We'll need to run it through the showocracy. We'll get to that all next.
Join Sacramento State football this Saturday at 2 for the Causeway Classic versus UC Davis. Get your tickets at HornetSports.com.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
With wet weather here, you're probably going to play a few rounds in the rain, so keep a few things in mind in those wet conditions. The ball probably won't go as far because you'll get little, if any, run out. If you tend to hit the ball low, maybe think about adjusting the loft of your driver to carry the ball farther. And when you get to the short clubs on the wet ground, your wedge can have a tendency to dig into the turf, so focus on hitting the ball first. And if you occasionally spin the ball back on the greens, expect more of that to happen when they're wet. Now, all of this assumes that you're ready to play in the rain. You own waterproof shoes and rain gear, rain gloves, which work best when wet, and an extra towel to keep everything else dry. But the most important thing you should bring to the first tee is a positive attitude. I found some of my most memorable rounds have been played in the rain. Overcoming the conditions to enjoy yourself while possibly shooting a good score makes for a great day. And remember, golf is a game, even in the rain. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Monday forecast starts out crisp and cool. As we head through the afternoon, we're looking at mostly sunny skies and temperatures still trending below average. Highs today will peak in the upper 50s under mostly sunny skies. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
When it's cold and rainy outside, Bonnie is leading the way home.
Right now, stay warm and cozy with a full furnace tune-up, just $59. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Schedule an appointment today at Bonnie.com.
You know what this Saturday is? It's back. The Causeway Classic. Our best rivalry in our region, the 70th Causeway Classic. You can come see Sacramento State take on UC Davis. It'll also be a salute to the seniors for the final home game at Sacramento State this season. Also, it's Native American Heritage Day. Game time is Saturday, 2 o'clock, Hornet Stadium. Tickets are on sale right now at hornetsports.com for the 70th annual Causeway Classic. And remember, Stingers up.
Carmichael Dave with a simple question. What are you thankful for this year? So many things to consider, but one thing we can all agree on is a well-running vehicle to get you where you need to go each and every day. Jiffy Lube would like to say thank you to all their customers this November. Whether a weekend road trip to Lake Tahoe or your daily commute to work, Jiffy Lube has you covered. Serving the greater Sacramento area since 1984. Visit jiffylube.com today to find a location near you, generous oil change coupons, and more. Happy Thanksgiving and holiday driving from Jiffy Lube.
Black Friday savings on now on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy.
With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates, every new 2025 half-ton LT, RST, LTZ, and High Country in stock at Maida Chevy.
Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area.
$8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, and other offers. Ends 12/1/24. Source internet search 11/2/24.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine, November 16th through January 1st at the Westfield Galleria Mall in Roseville and in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at givingmachine.greatersacramentomodesto.org. At the law offices of Dale R. Gomes, we understand that when you're facing a crisis, you need more than just a lawyer. You need a team. Our dedicated attorneys work together, combining decades of experience to guide you through personal injury or criminal defense matters with care and expertise. We're committed to supporting you every step of the way, ensuring your voice is heard and your rights are protected. With offices in Sacramento and El Dorado County, reach out to the law offices of Dale R. Gomes today, 916-999-9033, or online at dalegomslaw.com.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is your unsurpassed spot to find the hottest golf gear, best pricing, and elite expertise. Every club on the shelves can be tried for free on the driving range. 3 TrackMan units and a Hagen Oaks team of skilled fitting professionals provide the finest club fitting experience. Our personable Super Shop staff will show you the newest to help you look and play your best. You love golf. The Hagen Oaks team loves golf too. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80. Learn more at hagenoaks.com or 916-481-GOLF.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and vocal.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Welcome back. Alan will join us a little over an hour.
I know that dude.
I know that dude. For a little crossy talk. We're getting to our best and worst individual and team for 4-down territory. He won't appear. But how about a couple performances and losses? How about Jameis Winston, 30 of 46, 395 yards and a couple of touchdowns, and their loss to the Saints. And then just keep shouting out Brock Bowers. 13 catches, 126 and a touchdown. He is good. He is really, really good. All right, 4 down territory. Let's go. You know what? Let me be nice here. Hi, Steven. You've been holding. I'm sorry. You can just fade that down a little bit. Good morning, Steven.
No, you can put me back on hold and get your stuff going. Go ahead, dude.
All right. Thank you. We'll do Wow, that was nice. You know what?
You passed him the ball. He passed it back.
You did. I appreciate that. It's a flea flicker.
Yeah.
First down.
Let's see what we do with it now. Which individual had the best week in the NFL?
As always, these are tough. There's many options here. A lot of great weeks, but I'm going to give it to Taysom Hill.
Oh, nice.
Taysom Hill, the numbers don't necessarily go, but seven carries, 138 yards, 3 touchdowns, which is great if you own Alvin Kamara on your fantasy team.
Do what I did and start both.
Well, good for you, pal. That's a 19.7 average per carry because you got a 75-yard scamper in there. He added 8 catches for 50 yards. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 188 yards for a hybrid quarterback. Oh, by the way, he also threw for 18 yards. And a pick. But we're not going to count that. Taysom Hill, he is the Swiss Army knife. He is my individual player of the week.
All right, I'm going to give it to – this could easily go to their team, but I'm going to give it to the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills. His name is Josh Allen. You heard of him?
He's a guy.
Here's a guy.
Here's a guy.
Had the defining run of the game to end the game to give the Bills a big win. Threw for 2+ and a touchdown, and it was just a really big win for that team, and I know regular season wins aren't the end-all, be-all, but his performance also now has vaulted him, if not to the top, but right near the top of the MVP conversation. So I'm going to go with Josh Allen. Fireboss Josh Allen.
Yeah, right? Fireboss Josh Allen. Second down.
Which individual had the worst week in the NFL?
So numbers-wise, there's no way he should be anywhere near this list. I'll give you my runner-up because I don't think, Jason, you're going to pick either of these guys, and I apologize if I'm wrong. My runner-up is going to be Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, 22 of 29 for 184 yards and 2 touchdowns. No picks. Had 114.7 rating. Numbers-wise, fine. But this ain't what he signed up for. That team is, I think we can say they're at 3-8 officially out of it. Yeah, but you know who I'm going to give it to? I'm not even giving it to a player. I'm going to give it to Kyle Shanahan because the cacophony of yelling is getting ever so louder. And once again, a blown fourth quarter lead, a late blown fourth quarter lead, and that team is officially in trouble.
This one I'm going to do a duel here, and I want to get some attention to this team, Jacksonville. Partly Mac Jones. And why you blame Mac Jones? He got the start. Well, because he's getting an opportunity with an injury to Trevor Lawrence. It's his second team.
Woof.
How are you going to look? Well, you played a good team, but you guys were awful. And then it's Coach Peterson.
Yeah.
He's got a Super Bowl championship. He should be proud of that. But his days are coming to an end, sadly, I think. In Jacksonville, they got just housed by the Lions, 52-6. Housed. And, I'm going to give them worst performances of the week.
Third down.
Which team had the best week in the NFL?
You want to talk about a lot of options here. I mean, obviously, when you win 52-6, that's pretty damn good. Sorry, Lions. When you beat an undefeated
You're saying sorry, Lions. They're not
sorry Lions. I'm saying I apologize, Lions.
Yeah.
You think Samson's a sorry Lion?
Who?
Slamson.
No. I thought you said Samson.
I did too. He's a proud Lion.
He is. When you beat an undefeated 2-time defending champion, I got to give it to Pittsburgh. I got to give it to the Steelers, man. They were the guys like me were, and look, I'm not 100% on board. Let's not all start showering together here. I'm not saying they're going to win a title. What I'm saying is I gained a lot of respect. There are a lot of questions about Pittsburgh. You can only play who you play, who's on the schedule, but they had a Ravens team come in there loaded for bear, and didn't work out. Steelers played a hell of a defensive game. That defense is for real and then some. I'm giving it to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's where I'd go. I mean, to win a second game of the year without a touchdown is impressive. Tomlin's such a great coach. I'm going to do also a little homage to a team that didn't even play. Good for the Cardinals.
Good for the Cardinals.
They watched the division carnage happen. Well, the division carnage really being the Niners. That's the most feared team in that division. Sure, the Rams won. Seattle got back in the race with a win. But the Cardinals stayed on top, and they have a favorable schedule, and they had a good weekend without even playing.
Fourth
down. Which team had the worst week in the NFL?
I'm really, really tempted to give this to the 49ers because, yeah, that's bad. I'm also very tempted to give this to the Jets. We already mentioned them. But there's only one choice here, in my opinion, because my goodness gracious. I'm looking for, here we go. Here it is. I just feel bad for him, man. I do. We've all been there, ladies and gentlemen. We've all been there.
Packers 20, Bears 19. Scott Daly on the ball. Taylor will extend his right hand on cue from Cairo Santos. South end zone upright. Snap. Placement. Kick is blocked by the Green Bay Packers. They got the penetration, and they blocked the kick. And they will survive and leave with an 11th consecutive win over the Bears. Crusher. 20-19.
On top of that, Jason, it's not just Bears fans that get affected. It's little tiny itsy bitsy baby kid Bear fans.
They're Cubs.
That never had a choice. Yeah, the Cubs. Kick is up. They thought they won.
They blocked it, buddy. No, they blocked it.
I thought it was good too, buddy.
I thought it was good too, buddy.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's, we've always wanted to see what he looked like, but that's actual footage of MC over the weekend on Sunday. Vaunted Bears fan. And
that was Eberflus.
You know what I say to Bears fans?
You want to make him feel better?
You want to feel better?
Yeah.
Let's make you feel better.
Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce.
For you, MC.
To get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit.
There you go. My team that I'm going to nominate here is a division leader.
Yeah.
That went on the road and lost by 32 points. Yeah, you may not think of them as a division leader, but they're the Atlanta Falcons. They lost 38-6 to Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix had an incredible day. Atlanta's now lost 2 in a row, and they've just welcomed back in Tampa. Come on in, Saints. We know you've been terrible. You fired your coach. You're back in play. Oh, Carolina's won 2 in a row. They have 3 wins. Maybe they can win this division now. I doubt it. But Atlanta, just shameful performance this last weekend.
You know what Atlanta fans should do?
What?
Taste the biscuit.
Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hey, this is me. And I'm here to tell you about the holidays can be tough. We know that for some. But don't be afraid of your past this upcoming holiday season. And what can help you with that is an expungement. It can help you. It can help you get a job, help you get back on track, help you get your constitutional rights. And right now, Gonzalez Law is offering discounts on expungements now through Christmas. 916-304-9187. Check out the website as well at saclegaldefense.com. So maybe something from your past is still haunting you and you want to get your life back on track. Again, back to those expungements. But Gonzalez Law can help in a variety of other things as well. Wrongful termination cases, sexual harassment cases, auto accidents. He is here. He is local. He has had great success in helping others in our community for many, many years. He can help you as well. So go to saclegaldefense.com or call him at 916-304-9187. That's 916-304-9187.
My buddy's a high roller. He goes, dude, I'm a high roller, man.
David Spade live. Catch me inside tour.
Oh, dude, they fly me out there. Comp. That $89 flight on Southwest, they cover that? You know it. How about limo to and fro the airport with a sunroof? How much you down? He goes, about 90 grand.
David Spade. This Friday night on stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss David Spade live.
Toyota's Black Friday sales event ends soon. Maximize your fuel efficiency and experience legendary Toyota dependability with the widest selection of hybrids to choose from.
Ready, set, let's go.
Shop 16 hybrid models, cars, trucks, and SUVs from the most reliable brand on the road.
Ready, set, let's go.
The clock is ticking on Toyota's Black Friday sales event. Hurry in. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills that features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow. Sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sale report.
What's hot and what's not? Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who is hot?
Who is it?
Who's hot?
Who's hot? Who is it?
It's Josh Allen. So Josh Allen beat the previously undefeated, won 15 games in a row, Kansas City Chiefs. And he's now won 4 consecutive regular season games against Kansas City. And in those 4 regular season games, Mr. Josh Allen has 11 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 1,139 yards. That's an average of about 284. And He has a 98.3 passer rating against the Kansas City Chiefs. Buffalo, 4-game regular season winning streak against Kansas City. I'm sure that means this year will be different in the playoffs.
They traded all in, though, for a playoff win. Oh, hey, crap. Hey, Steven.
Hey, dude, I was enjoying the show. Wow, I don't know why you guys are waiting on me, man. Continue with the show.
Okay. All right. Who's not?
Who's not? That would be Lamar Jackson against the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Kansas City Chiefs. He's 2-8 since taking over as the Ravens' full-time starter against either Kansas City or Pittsburgh. Against all other teams in the NFL, Lamar Jackson is 67-15, which would be better than Tom Brady, better than Patrick Mahomes, better than Joe Montana, better than Roger Staubach, better than literally every quarterback in the history of the NFL in terms of winning percentage against NFL teams not named Kansas City or Pittsburgh.
Wow. Hey, you know what? I know you can't hear right now. Kyle's who's hot and who's not. Greater than sign Chris's. Just gonna say it.
Why do you say he can't hear right now? He's always listening.
He's fishing. He ain't listening.
Wow.
He's not there yet.
Oh, really? Oh, just kidding. All right, let's not get happy. All right, we got a couple threes in the keys to sneeze.
We're in there forever. I'm proud of us for these 3 in the key recaps.
Yeah,
because we did well this week.
Oh, did we?
I think so. Let's go back to Friday, the historic game. We asked, with predictions from you, me, and Chris, who would score the Kings' last basket? And you said De'Aaron Fox.
I did.
I, too, had said De'Aaron Fox. And Chris said Keegan Murray. The last basket, a 3-pointer in overtime by De'Aaron Fox to give him 60 points. Dave, you and I had it right.
Sorry, that's my celebration.
Taste the biscuit.
What does the fox say?
Then we asked how many made threes the Kings would make.
Oh.
You said 12. I also said 12. I'm like, what are we doing? We're saying the same thing. Chris said 15. The correct answer was 12.
Oh, is that...
You and I got it right again.
Taste the butter spread.
Awesome.
Yes. Then our random stat, I can't confirm or deny yours was right. You said Royale Cam would make a child cry. Now, Royale didn't show up till Saturday, but I don't know. We're not going to count that one, I guess.
No?
I don't know.
I mean, some child somewhere cried that
Maybe.
he's in a box.
Yes.
So I'll take coleslaw on the side.
I said there would be a double technical situation. Like we'd know there'd be an incident.
Yeah.
I don't think we had that Friday.
You didn't say it was in the Kings game, though.
Oh, good point.
Somewhere there was.
Didn't count it.
In the Greek League.
I was thinking Greek League. And Chris had a heck of a call because you put a caveat.
Yeah.
He said the Kings will have a 10-point plus comeback. And then you said in a win? And he said, yeah. So they were down 20. They came back.
They did.
They did not win. So that was the first game.
Yeah.
But we had another game.
We did. We did, didn't we?
Yeah.
Did De'Aaron Fox suck in the second game, though?
No. We asked these questions. Who would get the first Kings hoop?
Who?
Dave, you said De'Aaron Fox.
I did.
I said De'Aaron Fox.
Uh-huh.
Chris said Keegan Murray, so much like our first set of but the correct answer was De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, did we guess that?
Taste the biscuit.
Taste it, Chris. Taste the biscuit.
Then we asked for the bench leader in points. This one ended up being tricky because they really had to change the lineup.
They did.
You said Trey Lyles with 13. He started,
so didn't lose that one.
I said Dougie McBuckets with 12.
He started.
And Chris said Keon Ellis with 15. The leader was Alex Len with 8.
Oh, that's not.
After he started the game before.
Yeah, so I think you and I, like Chris took the L.
Yeah, big time.
We took an I for incomplete.
Yeah.
Taste the biscuit.
All right. How about this one? Your random stat. Out of nowhere, you said Jordan McLaughlin would have 3 or more 3-pointers.
I did, didn't I?
He had 2, but he hit the clutch one. I mean, I kind of want to give you partial credit for that.
Yeah. Judges?
I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings.
Maybe not. Judges, I don't think they said.
That's a no.
Sorry. The judges don't lie.
That's as definitive as it can get.
It's a lot, lady.
I mean, I was leaning yes.
I know, I
but
was too.
These are tough judges.
Yeah.
The last 2-minute report says not today.
Not at all.
I said De'Aaron Fox would have a triple-double.
Uh-huh.
Well, 49 points.
That's like a
3 rebounds, 9 assists.
Right. That's a triple-double if you had them all together times 3.
Yes. Judges?
Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread.
Sounds to me like a yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she was on fire.
And then we don't need the judges for Chris.
No, we don't.
Because Chris said there would be 2 misses. 2 miss twice, get a slice. Fans got a slice on Saturday.
Did they get a slice?
Of pizza.
How about a solo? You know, you gotta buy a soda to get the slice.
It's always a catch.
Why can't it just be a slice?
It's also not a slice, isn't it? Isn't it a mini pizza?
Is it?
It's a full mini pizza.
It's a small circular
but
slice.
also they tried it out. Miss tweets and get a pizza. Doesn't work.
But the soda costs $45.
Right? What was I don't know if this is true or not, but they had I saw this video and this convenience store owner. So they had everyone was shoplifting and was just taking stuff because what can you do?
Yeah.
So it's he raised the price of everything. If something was $2, he actually raised the price to $902. So everything had plus 900 on it. So, and then when they come to the register, everybody got, when they paid, a $900 off coupon per item. And the point was that way, if they stole something, it was grand theft or whatever, or grand larceny, whatever the rules are. So it was a felony.
Brilliant.
That's actually really, that's well done. Plus, what a coupon. $900 off gummy worms?
Yeah.
Hello. Taste the biscuits. Matt Barrows.
Yes.
Oh, Matt Barrows.
Matty B.
Yeah. I guess.
He'll talk us through this.
Yeah. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Postmortem next.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body?
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. SubcontractorsUnited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Black Friday savings on now on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates, every new 2025 half-ton LT, RST, LTZ, and High Country in stock at Maida Chevy. Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area. $8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, on other offers. Ends 12/1/24. Source internet search 11/2/24.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino's giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't you deserve healthcare you can count on? Well, you can count on United Healthcare with Medicare plans that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. You can enjoy reliable coverage and low out-of-pocket costs with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, made for California, trusted everywhere. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today.
Did you know that replacing garage doors is the biggest return on investment homeowners can get on improvements? Jason Ross here, and let me tell you about the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, a family-owned and operated company with third-generation owners that's been in business for 71 years right here in Sacramento. With new garage doors from Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, you'll not only get the wow factor, but you'll also know that you're working with a well-respected and proven company. Residential and commercial, brand new garage doors, or repairs to existing doors, they do it all. Take advantage of their free at-home estimates on new garage doors or check out the showroom with no appointment needed. And while you're at it, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports and receive $100 off a new garage door paired with a new garage door opener. Check out their website at ohdsac.com or call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
I feel bad. We got Matt here, but Steven's still on hold. Hey, Steven, how you doing? You've been holding forever.
Dude, and I don't mind at all, man. I know you guys have a show to run and everything, so let me make this really quick because I'm not as important as Matt Barrows.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on, Steven. Let me get to Matt real quick, and then we'll come back. All right. Steven texted me during the break. He's a trooper.
Yeah.
I love him. Just like I love Matt Barrows.
Yes.
Oldest tenured, not old in age, but eldest tenured member of the show. He's been with us through thick, through thin, and through all things great and small. And I would say this is more thin than thick.
Pretty thin.
It's very thin. Matt, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yes. We're going to keep Steven waiting. I feel bad now.
Steven has been waiting. Steven is, by the way, he is a core listener and one of our favorites. And Steven has been waiting for a while now. I think he's just listening to the show.
He wants to hear you.
Yeah, he wants to hear you, as does the audience, as do we. And then and plus, Matt, it also teases the audience because they're thinking, gosh, what is Steven going to say when Matt's done?
Steven's got something to say if he's waiting this long.
Yeah, he's got something to say. So we're going to hold that audience over. What do you have to say, though? And Matt, help. You know, I'm not as dramatic as I am with every one of my other teams. I'm weirdly not as dramatic with the Niners. You know, I still have hope. I still hope they can do this, that, and things click. And I'm not in the fire Kyle, what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have done for this team. I'd rather be here than 27, 28 other teams. But at some point, the blown leads in the fourth quarter, the numbers that I'm sure have crossed your desk, it kind of becomes a thing where you just scratch your head and go, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I don't know if there's an easy answer. This is a team that despite all of its talent, has gone into funks in the past. It was that 3-game losing streak at midseason last year, but that squad woke up out of that funk, and they got really good. And they immediately woke up with a win over Jacksonville coming out of the bye, and then of course the big win in Philadelphia. And they were blowing teams out. I mean, they were clearly the class of the NFC. This team still hasn't woken up. I mean, it's still sort of in neutral. It's a middle class team. They're 5-5. I mean, there's no way around that. They're just maybe slightly better than mediocre, and we keep waiting for that 2023 team to sort of click in, because the pieces are there. McCaffrey's back now. Juwan Jennings is having great games. Brock Purdy, Fred Warner. The secondary is arguably better than it was a year ago, but there's no knockout punch. They can't pull away from anybody. They play to the level of their competition, and that's sort of a sign of a middling team, and that's exactly who they are right now.
Talk with Matt Barrows is brought to you by Stockton Honda. Matt, on the broadcast yesterday, they were talking a lot about the impact of George Kittle. Obviously, he didn't play. That's a reality. It happens to other teams. Nobody feels sorry for you. But as you've seen this team, and they also addressed that could be one of the most important Niners to miss, not only in the obvious pass game, but in the run game as well. How much of an impact did you find it them playing without Kittle yesterday?
Yeah, huge. I mean, he missed the week 3 game in Los Angeles. You guys remember what happened there. Big Juwan Jennings game, but really nothing else happening in that game. And that was the storyline here. You hit on something, Jason. They're missing him in the running game as well. They tried putting Jalen Moore, a tackle, in there for a little extra oomph. But that didn't work. Christian McCaffrey eked out, I forget what, 71 yards, which was good. I mean, the Seahawks were stacking that box. They had 8 men basically the whole game. 49ers couldn't run to the outside. That's a Kittle specialty. So it does sort of underscore his importance. He's sort of, he is to the offense what Fred Warner, I think, is to the defense. I mean, you miss those guys, and you're missing sort of the personality, the character, what the team does best on both of those units.
So and also Trent Williams, who it ain't right, it seems. On top of Kittle, they couldn't run. You mentioned the 79 yards, a little over 4 a carry for Christian McCaffrey, and I'll ask you later about his workload. But they couldn't run. But also, Brock Purdy with 159 yards and a pick. It's not like they were Air Coryell out there. So, was this something? And both is a perfectly acceptable answer, Matt. But was this something that the Seahawks did special for the Niners that stood out to you, or was this more of the Niners just missing things?
I mean, this defense has been difficult for the 49ers and for Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. This is similar to the Ravens defense that came in last year and just throttled them. So yeah, I mean, it's teams are playing more man coverage against the 49ers. Anytime you see Brock Purdy take off and run, you can almost bet that it's he's looking at man coverage there, and he's betting that, you know what, I'm going to be able to get more yards with my legs than I could if I put this ball up, and that's something that the 49ers need to figure out. I mean, it's not going to stop; it's only going to increase, and if this season continues to kind of go this 500 way and they don't make the playoffs, that's got to be priority 1 in the offseason. Figure that out. Bring in somebody who can beat man coverage because it's not happening consistently enough right now. You mentioned Brock Purdy's 159 yards. That's the 3rd lowest outing he's had. And I'm including the Philadelphia game in the NFC Championship when he hurt his elbow in the first quarter. So 159 for Brock Purdy is extremely modest. And it speaks to the injuries, and it speaks to what defenses are throwing in front of him.
Man, I was talking about the injury to George Kittle not playing and the impact of that. How about the Bosa injury? He was playing and playing well in the game. Then he leaves, and the Niners, as you know, the offense wasn't dynamic, but the defense could have helped them win that game. What was the impact of Bosa leaving, and how that hurt them really close out a winnable game for them?
Yeah, I mean, you just wonder if Bosa's out there during that drive. He's going to have one play. At least one play out there. It obviously hurt them. It hurts them going forward. He didn't seem all that optimistic that he'd be able to play in Green Bay. If you watch the replay, he gets the sack in the third quarter, and he's out there for the next snap, and he comes out of his stance, and he looks like a grandpa at that point. I mean, he's just not firing from his hips, and he's trying to kind of work it out on the sideline. It's just not happening for him. So very hard to see that, getting cured in a week, heading up to Green Bay. And so now you go to Green Bay with Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos as your top two defensive ends. Then you got Sam Okwonu just learning the game, and Robert Beal Jr. as your backups. That's a very, very, I don't even know if mediocre covers it. That's an ordinary group. Now we're looking at, a Christian McCaffrey-led team, maybe as talented as the Carolina Panthers teams that he used to be on. I mean, we're talking all of a sudden this elite team is very ordinary going into these next couple of games if they don't get these guys back.
Matt, do you think somewhere in a back room, has there been a conversation, or is there a trigger point where, I don't know what it would take. Maybe it's losing the next two, but where this team looks at their record, and if it doesn't go the right way, they start shutting people down?
I don't know about that. I mean, the question would be, okay, now's the time that you start playing, your young players and your rookies.
Right.
They've been doing that since jump. I mean,
right.
Look at all the rookies that played well. I mean, Malik Mustafa, I thought had a really nice game. I mean, I think if this season goes south, it can be hard to find silver linings, but one of them will be that, Mustafa and Jair Brown, who are 24 and 22 respectively, played a lot of snaps this season and are going to benefit from it going into next year. Renardo Green played a lot of snaps this season. Dominic Pooney, Ricky Pearsall played a lot of snaps. These are all guys that you would count on in year two. So I don't know how much things would change. I mean, maybe less Christian McCaffrey, maybe more, finally getting Jacob Cowing into the offense. It's something that fans have been waiting on all season. There are definitely things that they can do, but for the most part, this has already been a young team that's played a lot of rookies.
Matt, I think you said it, Dave said it, I think we all thought the turnaround would happen and they get hot, and it hasn't, obviously, and I guess still could. But for the guys that have been there a long time, that have done the winning when it's been a bad patch, like Kittle, like Trent Williams, Warner, pick your Niners that have been there for a while, what are they saying? What was kind of their locker room tone? Because I bet they're a bit surprised that this is where they are through 10 games.
Yeah, surprised and frustrated. I mean, nobody has a louder, more consistent voice in that locker room than Fred Warner. And Fred Warner had the best quote of the game. He said, losing fourth quarter leads is not us. And then he paused and he said, well, until we show otherwise, I guess it is us. I guess this has become our identity this year. And it has. There's no way around it. I just wonder, I mean, he's constantly trying to rally this team. He, in the locker room, pregame, halftime, he is the voice. But at some point, I mean, I just don't know how often you can go to that well all the time before it just becomes so repetitive that it just turns into noise. It's got to be frustrating for him because I'm sure he's hitting all the right buttons that he's hit in the past. They're just not working this year. So it's a good question. These next two games are not going to be easy. Kyle Shanahan's point, though, has been, sometimes when you go on the road, you go to a tough place, that can be galvanizing. You're away from your families. It's just your guys. You're in a hotel room. There's nothing to do in snowy, cold Buffalo, nothing to do in snowy, cold Green Bay, and you rally. And, that would be a wonderful storyline that they went to these two really tough places to play against very good teams with good quarterbacks, and they won those games. It's very hard for us to imagine that happening given what we've just been seeing. But like I said, it would be a very sweet storyline, and it would finally be that pulse, that burst of energy that we've been expecting from this team all season.
Matt, Juwan Jennings, 10 catches on 11 targets. McCaffrey, 4 on 5 targets. Juszczyk, 2 on 2. Even Samuel, 4 on 7. From you watching the game rather than the numbers I'm reading, does that speak more to Purdy and Shanahan should have been more aggressive through the air because they were having success, or that Purdy was doing a really good job reading coverages and either altering or throwing the ball away due to Seattle's defense?
Yeah, I mean, he was taking what Seattle was giving him, which was a lot of short stuff. I mean, the longest play of the game was a 22-yarder.
Yeah.
That's nothing. And the other thing that stands out from that group is that there's only 2 wide receivers included in that. Jennings and Samuel are the only players that caught passes, and Samuel's were all very, very short. And 2 of them, by the way, came on that, in the last 12 seconds. Just little kind of hook and lateral plays. So he did not have a prolific game. Ricky Pearsall didn't catch a pass. Nothing went Chris Conley's direction. Jacob Cowing, I don't even know if he played an offensive snap. So that position, they didn't get much, beyond Juwan Jennings. That was basically a missing position for them against the Seahawks. And that kind of speaks to what I was talking about earlier. I mean, defenses are figuring out ways to take away wide receivers, take away big plays, take away those consistent throws over the middle that the 49ers have lived on in recent seasons. And the 49ers have not consistently figured out the requisite chess move to counteract that.
Matt, and then the fact that, look, no one's happy that they've given back 3 games, but the fact that it's all been division teams, the one they gave to the Cardinals, the Rams, and then this one, they brought Seattle back into the mix. They're all chasing Arizona. I mean, just their own self-destruction. They still have chances here, but I just can't believe all of those losses in the give-back form came to division teams.
Yeah, and they all sort of happened the same way, leading in the fourth quarter and then losing. The silver lining is that they're only a game behind the Cardinals. The bad part of that is that they've lost to each of these teams already. So they need to be ahead of them if they want to win the division. That's going to be tough because if there are any ties at the end of the year, it's hard to see the 49ers winning any of those tiebreakers. The other silver lining is that we still have, 2 months worth of games, really. It can change pretty rapidly, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, but at the same time, if we're sitting here in a couple weeks and the Niners are finishing up 12-5 with wins in Buffalo, Green Bay, and at home against Detroit, I guess we're all in a better mood, right?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, for sure. Maybe we stumble over, a briefcase full of cash at some point.
Ooh,
that could happen too.
I like that idea.
I don't see what the issue is with that. I'm all over the brother.
You guys obviously haven't seen No Country for Old Men because that guy stumbles over a briefcase full of cash and his life does not turn out well after that.
No, I've seen it.
You were just thinking about the money.
I just don't like Coen Brothers movies for the most part. I know that's a whole different road, Matt. Matt, that movie was so well acted. It was so beautifully shot. It was so well written. Javier Bardem's performance was a tour de force. Yet they killed Josh Brolin's character off screen, and at the end, I don't know what the hell is going on. I always feel like the Coen brothers are trolling. I know you didn't ask for this, but you hit me on the
But
right.
you got it.
You got it, pal.
Yeah, we just went off on a
I know,
it's,
I'm
it's
sorry.
movie night on Sacktown Sports.
Oh, by the way, before we let you go,
yeah.
we like to play. This is a new game we like to call Has Matt Barrows Heard the Song?
There is no way, Matt, on this one. Last week I was confident, and I'll say you let me down, but that's okay.
Double Dutch Bus?
Yeah, but this is not a me selection. This is a Dave selection.
This is a man and a woman singing in a thrift store, and we'll just give you a few bars and see if you've seen this around. Here we go.
Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. To get that honey sauce on me.
Don't do it.
I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit.
Well, you get the idea. Is that something that's maybe on your Spotify playlist?
It's not on my spot. I'm just going to take a wild swing here.
Yeah.
Is it Captain and Tennille?
No, I mean,
pull.
that's a really good pull. No, we don't know who the hell they are. That's just
knockoff Captain.
You don't even know?
No, it's a guy in a. It's
an internet thing.
Yeah, it looks like they're maybe in their 60s. Guy and a lady literally in the middle of a thrift store, singing about the biscuits and honey and KFC and coleslaw. I don't know. It caught my ear though.
I thought you guys were taking me back to like the 70s or something like that. And have I heard of this band?
No, this was an unfair test.
What was the big Captain and Tennille song?
Oh, Love Will Keep Us
Do That to Me One More
That one,
time.
but
Level what?
Bring us together.
Oh,
keep us together.
Muskrat Love. Love will keep us together.
There you go. That one's.
All right. Well, it's Captain and Tennille Monday with Matt Barrows from The Athletic.
That's going to be my walk-in music from now on. I could just see it.
Muskrat Love. We will have a great weekend, and we'll see. Are you going to Lambeau? Or are you making that trip?
So I'm going to have to talk to you guys on Tuesday these next 2 weeks. It's going to be a brutal travel schedule for Matt Barrows. I'm going to need a little Muskrat Love coming out of you.
Pack some warm clothes.
Oh, we'll see you next week. Have a safe trip, my friend. Take care.
See you guys.
That's Matt Barrows. We were both right on that. We didn't. If Matt had heard that one. Well, let me ask you this: if Matt was like, "Oh yeah,"
I would have been more angry.
You would have been angry because of Double Dutch Bus.
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't know that one, but he knows Taste the Biscuit, which I don't think is the title.
What if he was like, "Oh, guys, actually, that's my uncle and my aunt and uncle." It's Judy and Jim.
What if it turns out that was actually Captain and Tennille, but just the later years? Wait, no,
Tennille,
not Captain.
I think Captain's. Just recently, I believe. Well, I say recently. Really? Everything's blending together. Maybe a few years ago.
The song is called "Taste the Biscuit." Artist unknown.
Yo. Oh,
we lost Captain, right?
Yeah, Captain, who is also known as Daryl Dragon.
I did know that. Actually.
Why'd you go by Captain?
I know.
Dragon and Tennille rocks. What a great name, Daryl Dragon. Yeah, he passed about 5 years ago. Okay. And then Tony Tennille. She was married to Daryl Dragon.
Yeah.
Wow.
But divorced.
Why not go with Tony Dragon?
Yeah.
You can have Double Dragon. Come on. Anyway, she's 84 years young. And is currently, I don't know, just being old somewhere. But where
Love Will Keep Us Together.
Love.
That's
did.
A great song.
Yeah. It is
great.
It really is
a
great.
Song.
That's a great song. We'll take a break. Love will keep us together.
Are we breaking, or are we going in like a couple more minutes?
You know what? We can do that, Jason. That's fine. We got other NFL storylines. Should we recap the old picker sixer? Or do you want to do that?
Sure, we can do that here.
You want to do that here? Oh, I see. That's in the.
But that would have to go here.
That would have to go here. Like I said. Yeah. Pick six brought to you by Tasting of the Biscuit.
Taste the biscuit.
That's right. Taste the Biscuit. It's good.
Oh, did you want to check in with Steven?
Oh, Steven.
Hey, boys. How you guys doing?
We're great. How are you? The floor is yours. Thanks for holding.
Dude, all good, man. I know you guys got a show to run, and I'm chatty Cathy, always derailing segments. But,
all good. Derail.
All right. I really wanted to talk about Orlando Robinson.
Yes.
Okay. Orlando Robinson, I think, is a breath of fresh air. His aggression, his vision, his confidence, just straight up confidence, just out of the box, coming from Stockton, playing his first game back with the big club from Stockton. I believe it was the next day, if I'm not mistaken. Dude, that is found money right there, as Alan Stiles would say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a really good pickup. Also, I've been holding on to this for a long time. The fact that you've never heard Double Dutch Buff before last week, dude, is probably one of the most sacrilegious, most disrespectful things to music I think ever, dude. That song is so right up your alley, dude. I cannot. It blew my mind.
Save the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit, Steven. It's the dance craze sweeping the nation.
Let me tell you. All right, boys. Hey, you guys have a good day, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the show, man.
You know what?
Thank you.
You have a good day too.
Have the best day.
You know what? Have literally the best day you've ever had. And when in doubt,
taste the honey sauce.
Yeah. All right. Ready? Pick six. Recap. We asked who would be the first 49er to score.
Well, who would it be?
You said CMC. I said Deebo Samuel. Chris said Ricky Pearsall. It was actually Brock Purdy on a little scramble. 10 yards out, I think.
Yeah, he did the divey thing.
Yeah, the divey thing. We asked for the halftime score. Dave, you said 17-7 Niners. I said 21-6 Niners. Chris said 17-3 Niners. It was 7-6 Niners.
By the way, Michael on the chat line says we should have just Googled the band is called Toasters and Moose. Oh, really? Not a fan? Toasters and Moose? Bro, if we're doing that, go see Toasters and Moose. It's Moose. Oh, which one? Which one's Toaster?
CMC total yards. Dave, you said 112. I said 144. Chris said 137. Dave, you were closest. 116.
Yeah, baby!
For CMC. Jake Moody field goals. Dave, you said 3 for 3. Chris said 3 for 3. I said 1 for 1. He went 1 for 1.
Hey,
got that
back on track.
We asked for total turnovers. Dave, you said 2. I said 2. Chris said 2. There was 2.
Hey, have yourselves a round of sausage.
Give yourself a round of sausage.
Give yourself a round. I couldn't even get that right.
Kyle, Juszczyk touchdown was your random stat. That did not happen. I said Nick Bosa would have 2 or more sacks. He had 1.5. That was way off.
Yeah, how can you have a half sack?
And Chris said the Seahawks fans would throw something on the field.
I don't know. They threw their hearts and souls.
Yes.
As we break, I want to read you something from a sports writer.
Okay.
As the game was taking place, it's a form of entertainment which does not appeal to me at all. The games have no novelty, no variety, nothing, in short, anyone would ever want to see again. This is about the Jake Paul fight. This makes me even more astonished that so many thousands of grown men should be repeatedly possessed with a childish passion to look at these games, period. If indeed they were attracted by the athletics or skill, we could account for such passions, but it's actually a scrap of cloth they favor, a scrap of cloth that captivates them. And if during the games the players were to exchange these scraps of cloth, their fans would change sides and instantly abandon the very athletes whom they were just before recognizing from afar and loudly cheering by name. And that is the level of favor or weighty influence that one cheap scrap of cloth has with not only the common crowd, who are more worthless than the jerseys they wear, but with certain important people. I thought this was interesting because that was written by Pliny the Younger in 90 AD. And man, there's something to it. We're all kind of like that in a sense. We do root for cloth.
Yeah.
I love De'Aaron Fox. I root for him. If he's traded to the Lakers tomorrow, I'll give him the standing O when he gets back, but screw you, you're wearing the different laundry. Isn't that funny how we do that?
It's just nicer cloth now.
It is nicer cloth. Yeah. He was writing about chariot races, so I changed a couple of the words there to not give it away. By the way, his dad, Pliny the Elder, that's a big
boom right now.
Big beer.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was really a Pliny
the dad has aged well.
Really well. He's still brewing beer. Yeah. This guy was like Pliny the Younger was like Roman Rick Riley. He'd be in the back of the stone tablet with his article at the very end. You had faces in the crowd. And it was like, oh, he's Columbus. He's got a future. What's this Magna Carta? I got more. I know. I just drive the bit into the ground now. There's some Inquisition going on in Europe. Don't know what it is yet.
It's the Inquisition.
Here we go. Inquisition.
Oh, show.
When we come back, what to watch? And let's do 3 of the key for tonight right after this.
Hi, everybody. Jay Leno here. You know, I love doing live stand-up comedy. No politics, no lectures. I'm not giving you my opinion on every issue of the day. Just nothing but jokes. So come by, check it out, and we'll have a lot of fun. Oh, it's clean, too.
Jay Leno live on stage with special guest Arsenio Hall. Saturday, March 29th, on stage at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. Tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Come on by. Check out the show.
The Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold. This Sunday night at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys. Riding an endless summer wave into 2024. Buy your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold, live.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
If you're looking for an Affordable Care Act health insurance plan, you have good timing. It's the open enrollment period, and there's an easy way to search, Health Markets. At healthmarkets.com, you can see a list of ACA plans available to you in your area. If you have questions, or when you're ready to choose a plan, there are licensed insurance agents ready to help you apply. See how easy it can be to find your next health insurance plan at healthmarkets.com. Health Markets Insurance Agency, Inc. is licensed as an insurance agency nationwide except in Massachusetts.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. At participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
My buddy's a high roller. He goes, dude, I'm a high roller, man.
David Spade live. Catch me inside tour.
Oh, dude, they fly me out there. Comp. That $89 flight on Southwest, they cover that? You know it. How about limo to and fro the airport with a sunroof? How much you down? He goes, about 90 grand.
David Spade. This Friday night on stage at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss David Spade live.
When it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer. That's especially true when it comes to your garage door. That's why I proudly recommend National Garage Door. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. And whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family-owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE broken spring experts, and the styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. I know they amazed me. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of like a box of scrap metal tumbling down the stairs. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're going with a new garage door, and we're as excited about that as you can be about a new garage door. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 338-4554 National Garage Door.
It ignites something inside of you. Lightning and the thunder. Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
It's a hell of a stat we're looking at right now. The league leaders in passing yards, receiving yards, and sacks belong to the Bengals, who are 4-7. Of course, I should have known not to. I'm trying to do an educational thing by quoting actual Roman people. I should have mentioned Pliny the Elder. Now there's a whole Pliny-thon going on in the chat. Beer fest. I've said that I've tried Pliny the Elder just because it was such a revel. Everyone's just like, this is the greatest beer. And blah. Like, my wife got one. Then I go, I got it. Give me a sip. I got to see what this is. Maybe this is it.
Got to try it.
Maybe this is finally the beer
that's going to get you to become a beer guy.
That's right. Leinenkugel Sunset Wheat was tolerable.
Do you want to be a beer guy?
No, I don't, because it's a vice I don't have.
Yeah, but like when people go, Dave, good show today. Let's go grab a beer.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, that's an easy phrasing.
Where it really gets me is over the stuff I do in England, because basically that's just like a way of life.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid to tell them I don't drink.
Yeah.
I give me a root beer. They don't know what the hell that is.
They don't have root beer there?
Yeah, it's not a root beer thing.
Maybe just roots.
Maybe just beer. Yeah. So I mean, they're 7-year-olds there giving you the middle finger and drinking pints and watching, soccer football. But I took a sip of this Pliny the Elder, this 10 out of 10 5-star beer of the ages, and it just tasted like the ass of an ass. It tasted like, honest to God, it tasted like I was eating a bitter pine tree. Like, just you're like bitter beer. It's just, God, what? And I've come to the conclusion years ago that I think I am like I've said this before. I'm like the people that think cilantro tastes like dish soap. Like, I love cilantro. My daughter can't stand it. She says it tastes probably a lot like Pliny the Elder tastes to me. Like, I wonder if that's a thing Whereas where normal people go, oh man, that's so hoppy and great, or whatever beer people say. What if I'm just like the cilantro dishwater person?
No, I'm with you.
It just tastes. I don't get it.
I'm with you. I don't drink really at all, but like it might be something else. I never drink beer, and so my brother is, or other people. Like you got to taste. You'll taste the butter, and you'll taste. I'm like, is that a $20 beer? Is that a $4? I can't.
No clue.
Taste, I don't know the difference.
No clue.
And I've never acquired the palate, I guess.
I like, at least with wine. I'm not a wine guy either, but at least I can go, oh, well, that tastes grapey and nice. And, grapey and nice, by the way, is a deep wine term, if you guys don't understand that. Yeah. Grapey and nice is. I
got fooled one time. They're like, this is a dessert wine. I'm like, dessert?
Yeah.
Right. It's gasoline.
It's super sweet. But really?
Maybe I had a bad batch.
Yeah, bad batch.
Yeah.
I don't.
Not grapey.
No, or sweet. And yes, there's a part of me that feels less of a man. I'm just going to be transparent here because I don't go home. Well, I mean, it'd be weird to go home at 11 a.m., but end of the day, open the fridge. Hey, here's a nice bottle of something, gummy worm flavored IPA, chocolate stout, oatmeal, crisp, whatever, dark, light, zero. And flip open the top of a few and just put it in my little cooler, little koozie, koozie, put the feet up, turn on the football, have a couple of brewskis. Maybe the boys come over. Hell, maybe once a week, meet the boys at the old pub.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a pitcher of ale from Germany, and we pour our mugs and cheers and talk about football and girls and
life
while we're drinking beers. It's like my wife does enough for both of us. I shouldn't have said that. And she never has to worry about me, taking her booze.
It's hers.
Meanwhile, I'm over there with like, I'll have a caffeine-free Pepsi, please. And just pour that and yum.
Yeah.
Yum. Sweet tea, yum. Virgin mojito, maybe if I'm, feeling it, virgin mojito. Virgin Bloody Mary when I'm on an airplane. Mm-hmm. Ginger ale.
Yeah.
How can somebody look at like an A&W root beer in an ice cold frozen mug and put that up against beer? I don't care. Modelo, Bud Light, Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Younger, Pliny the Middle-Aged.
Pliny.
What?
Any Pliny.
Any Pliny.
Yeah. Adolescent Pliny.
Adolescent Pliny.
The teen years.
Tween Pliny.
Pliny the Millennial.
Yes.
Whatever it may be.
Pliny.
How can they put a mug of root beer and a mug of Pliny the whatever the hell and go, Pliny?
Yeah.
Definitely Pliny.
And the one I've never understood is, okay, you've played basketball, you've mowed the workout, sweaty, hot. I need a beer.
Really? Oh, an ice cold beer on a hot summer day. Nothing like it. What? No, there's a lot like it. How about an ice water or an iced tea or a lemonade?
Yeah.
Kyle, just give me the wrap up sign.
Hey.
All right, 3 in the key.
Okay. This guy has been unbelievable. So let's see what he'll do tonight. Point total, Dave, me, and Kyle for De'Aaron Fox tonight.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm not rooting for it, but I'm gonna say he's gonna slow down. I'm gonna say 24.
Yeah, I have 38.
54 and a half. That's his average. So I'll go 54.
We're going Trey points tonight. Lyles and Young.
A&W root beer doesn't make it easier to talk to a woman, says the chat line.
Doesn't make it to talk.
To talk. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. What is Trey Lyles? What?
Trey points. Trey Lyles and Trey Young.
Combined? Or
no, Lyles first and then Young, yeah.
Trey Young, 33. Trey Lyles, 8.
Okay, I've got 14 for Lyles, 31 for Young.
I'll go 17 for Lyles, 29 for Young.
And then a random stat, something different, something odd, something weird that you're predicting will happen tonight.
I will say, I think Keegan Murray's going to go for 25 or more. You have a breakout.
25 or more. I am on the same wavelength. I have Murray with a double-double.
I'll say 2 Kings will score 30 or more points.
Ooh. Wow, if Kyle has 50, or Kyle Fox has 54 and the other one has 30, that better be a win.
That better be a win.
Yeah.
Someone on the text line says, Dave, you could be a cider guy. Well, I'll say this. I've tried ciders. I had high hopes for ciders. Because I was like, hey, this is kind of like apple cider with a little bit of a something. Pear cider actually tastes pretty decent. I could drink these. They did. And I had one fairly quickly. And then I had another. And then I had about 4. Dude, I'm telling you, I not bad. Really drinkable. Next day, dear God, tell the guy with the jackhammer to lay off, please. Holy crap. The cider hangover, not worth it.
Yeah.
Not worth it. It's the same thing. I could drink Fireball. I've done drunk me some Fireball before, not for a long time. The last time I drank Fireball, true story. Our upstairs bathroom, the one in our master bedroom, the handle has always been a little bit sticky. I couldn't get, I could have gotten in, but I didn't take, I got very impatient with it. The next morning, my wife was informing me how I guess I had kicked the top half of the door through to reach in and unlock the door. It was, a couple $100 later because I was just like, smash door. Then I'm just like, why would I do that? That's half a PlayStation. Because I had Fireball.
But it tasted yummy.
It did taste yummy. It did. It was like a little
cinnamon ball.
Yeah, the cinnamon, but the fire. Yeah, Fireball. Yeah. Couldn't find the name. It was like a fireball. When we come back, Crosstalk, Styles and Watkins. Ooh, excuse me, Styles. With Watkins and Spirit. Sorry, downstairs. And celebrity birthdays coming up right after this.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Don't you deserve healthcare you can count on? Well, you can count on United Healthcare with Medicare plans that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. You can enjoy reliable coverage and low out-of-pocket costs with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, made for California, trusted everywhere. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda deal, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Auto Motor Company. Sold on report.
Did you know that replacing garage doors is the biggest return on investment homeowners can get on improvements? Jason Ross here, and let me tell you about the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, a family-owned and operated company with third-generation owners that's been in business for 71 years right here in Sacramento. With new garage doors from Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, you'll not only get the wow factor, but you'll also know that you're working with a well-respected and proven company. Residential and commercial, brand new garage doors, or repairs to existing doors, they do it all.
Take advantage of their free at-home estimates on new garage doors or check out the showroom with no appointment needed. And while you're at it, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports and receive $100 off a new garage door paired with a new garage door opener. Check out their website at ohdsac.com or call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Hey! Well, now, I mean, looking at the menu for us,
he's
Alan
eating good in the neighborhood.
I am often decrying the lack of East Coast style deli food out here, and Alan's rolling in with and I assume, by the way, as Alan gets his stuff together here with his headphones, I'm going to just go ahead and assuming of that is a smoked whitefish bagel.
That is correct.
Yeah. Because you can't have whitefish, but every Christmas I have to go downtown to my spot, and I like to do a smoked, for Christmas Day, do a smoked fish tray with you've got lox, and then you have regular salmon, whitefish, and then my dad likes pickled herring. But lay all that out. So I'm very impressed with your bagel today.
Yeah, so I went to New York back in 2019, had whitefish for the first time. And I was in love, and wherever you can find it, I was telling you guys off air, my wife was in Calistoga and ran into a place that had it, so she brought it back for me. But I'll tell you this much, whitefish, onions, and caper, that's what's on it. You know what else I got in the bag?
What's that?
Little travel Listerine.
For you, yeah.
No, and that's good, because honestly, it's not.
Those are some heavy hitters.
I bet you're going to say some spray for the room.
Very heavy hitters.
I'm sure Nate will not be happy, but he's not allowed in here.
Really heavy hitters.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when I got home today, this is just coincidence, but everything bagel.
Well, it's on it. On top of that, it's on the everything.
Yeah,
bagel.
that's perfect.
I might need 2 Listerines actually, but I have one.
Gonna have lots of bagels.
You are
absolutely. Well, went to.
It's only 10.
Yeah. Went to Sam's Club over the weekend or late last week. Got the rest of my the big thing of lox there, pretty cheap. Cream cheese, capers, red onion.
That's right.
And you know what I do? You know what I do just for fun? Put a little bit of tomato on there, and I put a little bit of heavy black pepper. A little bit.
It sounds like you're going open face here.
I am always going open face. Always go open face.
I like.
There's nothing wrong with sandwich. There's nothing wrong with the sandwich.
I like a sandwich
because that's a to-go thing. If it was to go, I go closed. But
nostalgic.
At home, if you go open face, you can. I feel like you can just pile more on.
That's true.
And really the open face sandwich, as we move to celebrity birthdays here shortly, is really let's give a shout out to the open face sandwich. It's a dying art.
Okay.
But I'm talking about the open face turkey, the open face French dip or roast beef style. I'm talking about open face Texas toast, mashed potatoes, meat, gravy that you eat with a knife and a fork. We don't see enough open face sandwiches anymore. They're absolutely fantastic.
Spot on. I mean, give them their respect.
Give them their respect.
By the way, I don't know what grocery store they were at because it was like I said, girls trip in Calistoga. Wife comes home with the turkey. I guess they bought enough. There's some grocery stores out there where you spend enough money, you get a free turkey.
You get a free turkey.
She came home with the turkey.
Wow.
Now I have to cook the turkey. It'll be my second turkey under my belt.
Yeah? You gonna go oven?
Oven, Cajun, oven.
You don't need it. I'm sure it was good, but I'll Cajun rub.
That's right.
Okay. Have you introduced yourself yet to the Reynolds Wrap turkey bag?
No, but I'm familiar with this game. Okay.
Turkey bag. Pitch flour. Shake it up.
Okay.
Veggies on the bottom. Turkey in there. One of them $3 foil-y banquet pans.
Yep.
Okay. Throw that turkey in there, wrap it up, a couple holes in the top. It's absolutely flawless. But the key, last thing. We'll do turkey tips, by the way, later in the week. The key is about half an hour before you're set to take it out. You got to have a thermometer, the $10. You got to take the plastic wrap down and you got to turn it up about 50 degrees because you got to get that crust because it's basically steaming in there.
Yeah.
But then you got to get the crust at the end. But those, if you're cooking in an oven, you're not using a bag. You're cooking with one hand tied behind your back.
There you go.
Good luck, Alan. We're all counting on Tony Cherry's Cajun, the green bottle. Cajun.
Sachets?
Is it Sachet?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple.
All right. Celebrity birthdays brought to you by Crumble Cookies.
It's a good day today.
There's plenty to Nothing says family and friends and all that fun stuff more than our good friends at Crumble Cookies. Jason says it's a good day today. Yeah. Let's go.
Speaking of good friends, how about happy birthday to White Chocolate, J. Will. Jason Williams.
Jason Williams.
He was recently in the building.
He was.
At 48.
He might be. I think he's in his 50s now. I'm going to say 53.
54.
Carmichael Dave is closest, 49. Sorry, J. Will today. Happy birthday to Logan Webb.
Follows me on Twitter. We follow each other, I should say.
He followed you first.
I'm trying to get him on the show this off season. I don't care what I got to do.
You'll make it.
Logan Webb is 28.
I think Dave is right, but I'm going to say 29.
I'll say 30.
We have a correct answer, and it goes to Carmichael Dave, 28 for Logan Webb. Happy birthday to A's catcher Shea Langoliers.
Oh, real quick. Not the greatest at returning direct messages, trying to get him on the show, just so you know.
But does he follow you?
Well, of course he does. Does he? Who are we talking about? Sorry.
A's catcher Shea Langoliers.
Shangoliers?
It's a great last name.
30.
30.
Say 32.
I'll say 28.
Kyle's the closest, 27.
Wow.
Happy birthday to Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Oh, and Wilson?
Yeah.
2 people? Owen Wilson is 53.
55.
Wow.
55.
Wow.
55.
56.
We have a correct answer, and it goes to Kyle Ledbetter, 56.
Wow.
Happy birthday to Bears rookie, number 1 pick, Caleb Williams.
Somebody should get this.
22.
Yeah.
He is my age, 23.
I was going to say 23.
Say 23.
Well, which are you saying?
23.
Okay.
We have a correct answer.
23.
It's 23.
Yeah, I told you.
Alan and Kyle got it.
NZ.
Happy birthday to Big Poppy, David Ortiz.
Remember when he put the vodka in Frank Thomas's drink?
That was hilarious.
Girls will like it too.
Poppy's 46.
Eugenics. Big Poppy is. What'd you say, Dave?
46.
No, he's older than that, right?
What?
50 on the nose.
Split in the middle, 48.
We have a tie between Kyle and Alan, 49 for David Ortiz. Happy birthday to Gary Sheffield.
Ooh.
Yes.
Timing guy.
Gary is 55.
56.
We'll go 58.
We have a correct answer, and it goes to Alan Stiles, 56.
Wow.
How about Hall of Fame QB Warren Moon?
Oh, Warren Moon is 67. Here, I got it, Kyle.
I talked to him once.
Goodness of the biscuit.
Go ahead.
65?
Taste the honey sauce.
Yeah. Them Hawks. Bye-bye. Now.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan